Every now and then I'll get a right there.
See Vic come loose. I mean, he made the awful sound.
I got you. Yeah. It's my alarm now. It's my alarm clock.
Morning. What's her name? Denise. Denise needs everybody to speak up and say who you are in the first place if you are addressed. And just for the record, we'll be addressing the plaintiff as Ms. Harlan, Jill Harlan. She's the attorney for them, and Attorney Mark Nolan. And if they want to address someone else, then they can. We'll just address them as the plaintiff and defendant, if that's okay. And the hearing board consists of Captain Sean Alderman, firefighter Nate Arthur, and firefighter Jonathan Atkins. Are you good to go?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. We do have a motion to exclude and eliminate. He'd like for this to be heard before this gets started. No objections from the board. Just proceed.
Probably ought to first also indicate that we'd like the witnesses to be suppressed. I don't know.
Understood. I know the witness list, but if you have some specifics in mind, I know the mayor's already out of here, several other people, but if you, I'm assuming Chief, do you have anyone else in mind?
Chief's party, he said.
Okay. I don't know of anyone else that you subpoenaed this year.
I don't have any other witnesses.
Okay. So you're good with people now?
Before we make our argument, I'd like to put on some evidence. And for that purpose, I'd like to first call Chief Elton to come forward this morning.
Well, what are you putting on evidence for? I thought you were going to argue your motion.
I am, but I'm going to put on evidence first.
Go ahead. One second, sir. Go ahead, ma'am.
Well, I'm thinking, what's the purpose of putting on the evidence?
In support of my motion.
There wasn't anything in the motion about requiring evidence to support the motion. I think it's just a very unusual procedure.
I find it very usual, do it all the time, but anyway, would you?
One second, sir. We'll definitely going to give you the full opportunity. I understand it's unusual. When he says motion, I thought it was a discussion motion based on the cases that you both cited. Is there any specific harm to asking
Well,
questions?
let me ask counsel to explain what type of evidence there is to elicit.
There's two components to this. There's the facts and the law. I'm going to establish the facts that underpin the motion, and then.
Well, it's possible that we could agree to what the facts underpinning the motion are without calling a witness.
Well, we might, but I don't know that we want to discuss stipulations here. I can put my evidence on in 5 minutes.
Or we could have a discussion about it in 2 minutes and perhaps take care of it that way.
I couldn't agree with you more on that's unusual. I don't particularly see any harm in asking the questions, as this is a little different than the criminal civil. This is about just generally getting the truth out. So if he asks me a question that's perhaps out of order, I think as a whole, throughout the whole proceeding, we'll probably allow on both sides, if that's okay with you.
All right, that's fine. I just,
Chief.
a little surprised about the procedure. Yeah, let's defer here.
Carrie, you raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And what we're looking for.
Morning, sir. Would you please tell the tribunal your name and place of employment?
My name is Jeff Elkins. I'm the chief of Nitrate Fire Department.
Mark this. Jared, mark this. Chief, I'll show you what's been marked as Jared Exhibit 1 and ask you if you recognize that document.
Yes, sir, I do.
May I approach the witness, please?
Yes, Chief.
This document, tell the tribunal what that is.
This is a,
You'll identify it just by the date and
okay, it's dated September 3rd,
who's it addressed to.
Captain Mark Jarrett.
Is that something of your creation?
Yes.
Okay. And is this a true and accurate copy of the document that it represents and depicts?
Yes, as far as I can tell.
Anything about it that you recognize is not of your creation?
Just the,
Exhibit stick?
yeah.
Okay. All right. Now, drawing your attention to the paragraph that's numbered 2, in there you ask for something or require something of the addressee, who is Captain Mark Jarrett. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what is it you're requiring of him?
I'm asking for showing all dates. I can just read it.
Sure.
Okay. I need documentation from Mid-Atlantic Maintenance showing all dates you worked for Mid-Atlantic during 2013. The documentation needs to include a signed statement from a manager or supervisor verifying the accuracy of the information provided.
Okay. And it's your understanding that Captain Jarrett received income from this company, Mid-Atlantic Maintenance?
I'm sorry.
Is it your understanding that
Yes.
Captain Jarrett received income from Mid-Atlantic Maintenance?
Yes.
Incidentally, during this investigation that this letter refers to, did you receive an inquiry from the media about attending the proceedings attended to that, the interrogation of Captain Jarrett?
Now, what's the question?
Somebody from the media asked if they could be present,
Did they ask me? No.
or anybody?
No, I didn't know the media was showing up for that, or wouldn't even be out front.
Okay. Did you permit them in those proceedings?
No, there was no request for the media to be in the proceedings.
Would you permit media in those sorts of things?
Well, I mean, it was a personnel issue. No, I would not.
Okay. All right, that's all I have to say.
Hold on. Yeah, I don't need anything.
No problem. No problem.
No.
That's all the evidence I intend to produce, and if the City has none. I'm prepared to argue our motion at this point.
No cross, but any
I
comment on it?
don't have any evidence to put on this issue.
In our motion to exclude and eliminate, we cite for the principal authority, West Virginia Code, Chapter 8, Article 14A, Section 4, which provides in pertinent part, no police officer or fireman shall be required or requested for the purposes of job assignment or other personnel action to disclose any item of his property, income, source of income, debts, or personal or domestic expenditures, etc. The only evidence before you now from the chief himself is that in writing he requested and required materials which included a source of income from Captain Jarrett. Now, you also have pleadings before you in response to this motion that indicate that this wasn't a personnel issue. However, you heard from the chief, this is a personnel matter. Accordingly, what the city apparently intends to offer as part of its evidence is obtained in stark contravention to this statute, needs to be excluded, and all of it, that which is derivative thereof.
Thank you. Let me address a couple of points. First of all, the chief said it was a personnel issue, and it is a personnel issue. But in the statute cited by Captain Jarrett, the reference is to preclude being required to submit or answer questions about property, income, assets, sources of assets for purposes of job assignment or other personnel action. The statute further goes on to discuss why it may be necessary to do it, such as for the employing agency to ascertain the desirability of assigning an officer to a specialized unit where there might be a potential for a bribe. First off, the phrase personnel action is not defined in this statute. And to take the argument that's being put forth by Captain Jarrett, his attorney, to its extreme, then no uniformed officer, firefighter could ever be asked under any circumstances about other sources of income. And that is not in the balancing of the interests between the employer and the employee, particularly with the cases that have referenced the public's right to know and the public's fiscal integrity of having employees that are not trying to take advantage of the public's money. None of that could ever be investigated under this interpretation. A reading of the statute in its entirety of that section 814 and 4, what you find is that for purposes of something that may be punitive because the person has another job, such as, I'm not going to give you a raise because I know that you have another job and you don't really need the money. I'm not going to assign you to a particular vehicle because, well, you drive a good vehicle at home because you have extra income. Or even something as simple as, I'm not going to assign you to a particular station because that's too close to your other job and I don't want you to be able to work your other job or get to your other job too quickly. Those are the types of personnel action being addressed in this statute. And again, there is no definition, so we don't know that it would exclude evidence in this situation. Particularly, what we're looking at here is an allegation of a firefighter who's being paid by the city of Nitro and at the same time being paid by a private employer. The private employer was known to the city, to the chief, because Captain Jarrett drives around in their truck and wears their uniform. It wasn't a secret. The source of the income was not a secret. What was requested was specifically limited and tailored to the needs of the investigation. What was requested was the dates that Captain Jarrett was working for the other employer, not how much he was making, not what his benefits were, but only tailored to the needs of the investigation. And clearly, the investigation itself is appropriate because the city, the fire department, has to know, has a right to know whether or not its firefighters or police officers are being paid by the city while they're performing work for someone else. And not to go on too much of a tangent, but let's say one of the firefighters had a position, perhaps it doesn't happen in this department, but what if one of the firefighters had a position where they would be doing purchasing for the department, to be in charge of purchasing. And at the same time, that firefighter was employed by a company that sold things to the fire department. And perhaps there was a commission to be made in that position of employment. If the fire department was not allowed to ask about the other source of income and how that firefighter was made, how that firefighter was being paid, potentially the best price may not be obtained for the city. These are the kinds of things that the City of Nitro Fire Department and any fire department or police department should be entitled to ask their employees when there's a legitimate question as to what that employee is doing when they're being paid by the city. And I think in the cases that I cited in my motion, you'll see that there is a very strong public interest in making those kinds of determinations, and that the City of Nitro and the fire department have the right to ask those questions.
Okay.
Council makes, sorry.
See you later, please.
Sure.
Do you have a question, or were you wanting to read it from absorb that?
Go ahead.
Specifically, just restating what she said, sir, she gave some answers in the negative as to where it would apply. And that's, my concern is, both sides are correct because there is no specific implementation given by the legislation. They haven't said in the positive, this is when it's to be used. But in the negative, if you were going to say that it's not to be used for disciplinary matters, then you'd be generally saying it's not to be used for any matters. And unfortunately, they do provide an avenue of which to legally get the documents, indicating that they want to, for some things, to be given. And my question to you then is, what are those things if it's not disciplinary?
Well, council makes a good point that there are situations where it might be appropriate for consideration in personnel actions. But what she doesn't tell you is there's also a provision in this very statute that provides for that. And that's in the third line, at least as it's printed in my motion, it says, unless such information is obtained through proper legal procedures. Now, in other words, what it means is that if the city has a compelling need to get these private personal records of a firefighter, they can apply to the circuit court and make the case. They can draft a subpoena duces tecum, serve a copy on the other side. He would object to it. We'd come before a judge and argue, and a court would decide. That's what this is intended to preclude. Just going off and requesting things, requiring things without the judicial authority. That's what happened here. It's acknowledged under oath, and it's a violation. Plain and simple. What counsel advocates is that any time that they determine that they have a legitimate need, they can simply get it. And in the letter it says, I'm investigating something. Now, counsel says that she cited authority that demonstrates the importance of this. Well, actually, the authority she cites says that public records concerning government payroll can be released. You all know that. You all see the amounts of your salaries in the newspaper listed among the city's expenditures. There's no argument about that. This relates to private personal records that they've clearly obtained in contravention to the statute. Now, what she says is that there is no specific exclusion. Doesn't need to be, because the language of the statute excludes everything except those narrow exceptions. Now, she's talking about where it talks about bribes and so forth. That concerns a police officer. Sometimes the words give it away. Doesn't have anything to do with a firefighter. Now, they've clearly, in accordance with their own evidence, obtained records, information strictly prohibited by this statute. According to them, they can ask for anyone's records as long as they have some colorful reason for it. Not the case, not the law, and you guys have to make the hard decisions. This is an easy one. Incidentally, I'm going to move for the admission of Jarrett Warren.
Did you have any questions based on what you were reading?
Was there a FOIA request for his payroll?
Actually, if it's not, it was forwarded to the members, but I believe the attorney is aware, and this is kind of a confusing matter here. Under oath here, he brought to us that the chief, in a disciplinary manner, meaning, a chief to a captain, asked for the records, and it was not a legal manner, is what he's saying. At a later date, the plaintiff, in a legal manner, being that the hearing board has the right to subpoena, requested those documents. Now my question is, are you saying, regardless of at a later date they requested in a legal manner, you're saying in this captain, chief to captain scenario, it was not legal, and that's your argument is it's okay that they have these documents if it's legal, if it's a legal situation, but they didn't ask for it in a legal way? Is that what you're saying? Is that
I'm unaware of any legal means by which those records were obtained, and besides that, you can't go back and close the door after the horse is already out of the barn. It would be like the police going door to door searching houses when they finally find the dope, going out to get a search warrant for it. The ink's already in the milk. They obtained the records illegally. They need to be excluded.
So, Captain, what you're more familiar with plain view type stuff, I don't know if this type of thing is through the poisonous tree. I don't know how close that gets to it, but obviously you need a chance to respond to that type.
Yeah, if I can respond. What they're proposing then is if the chief believes somebody is engaged in some potentially inappropriate conduct that would subject them to discipline, that what he should do is, instead of talking to the officer or the firefighter, what he should do is write him up on charges that may not be appropriate at all. Write him up on charges, come before a board, or institute an action in circuit court and get a subpoena, and then decide whether or not to proceed with the investigation. And that's clearly not what anything in this hearing board statute contemplates.
Saying it's unreasonable. I would generally tend to agree with that sentiment, but just based holding it just to the reasonableness of the process of which someone should be asking for in-depth documents. Should they go to circuit court when they have to ask a captain a question?
Look,
you just note that.
it's as simple as this. When a statute is clear, this has been ruled on 1,000 times in our Supreme Court. If a statute is clear, you don't need to construe it, you simply apply it. This one's exceedingly clear by its own terms. It says, no police officer or fireman shall be required or requested to give up sources of income. Plain and simple. Then it goes on to make exceptions, and it says that you can do it through proper legal authority. There's no demonstration here that there's been any authority at all. These aren't empty words. The legislature intended this to protect the privacy of firefighters in certain of their private matters. Goodness knows, so much of your life is already in the public anyway. They intended for this to be private. Now, the argument that somehow there's a compelling need or a proper interest, no moment. They could have done it correctly. They chose not to. Now they want you to come in and clean it up for them. Can't happen.
No further argument. Can I read this?
Sure. You want to talk about the statute?
Yes.
There's the statute.
What do you want? Just bear with us a moment. I don't know if we need to stop or we're going to digest it for a moment.
This is clearly an important issue. If the tribunal wants to take time to consider it in private, then we're happy with that.
I don't know what that means for you. We're going to step outside.
We'll recess about 10, 15, okay? And we'll roll on your motion and take the rest of your from there. How's it?
Sounds good to me.
Okay.
Copy that. You might want to keep something just for a moment. If you need it, or
Take that with you. Take that with you.
I'm doing this for you guys, because it don't matter to me. I've already admitted that I wanted this.
Well, you're like a white knight here, don't you?
He's our white guy.
That didn't even ring true with me.
Because I was ready to drop
They were giving that out like candy. They knocked me outside. I took Big Gulp, went down to the dollar store. Like I had 10 minutes. At 10 o'clock? Hey, 10 o'clock, 10 to 1. It's supposed to be heavy wet snow. What is? From today, you're supposed to get a heavy amount of snow, but 3 to 6 inches. That's starting at 10 o'clock.
Captain, would you like to do this? You'd like me to do it?
All right.
I'm saying
We have taken council's motion to eliminate for exclusion of payroll records into account. We have collectively said we are, without question, acknowledge of the fact that the city most certainly has right to records, pay records, and of sorts, which could influence their situation for personnel matters. Okay, we understand the city does have a vested interest. However, we we do not see the procedural part of how those records were obtained. The letter that Exhibit J1 is basically a letter of request for those records on behalf of your client that was written to obtain his payroll records from his other job, okay? With that being said, again, we're respective of the city's right for those records. However, we are not in agreement about how those records were obtained, okay? So, you know, my question earlier, was there a FOIA request, okay? Public pay records are a matter of FOIA request. This is a private company that Mr. Jarrett works for, and although those records could have, in the city's interest, been requested, there is a legal process for doing so, which we cannot see had been done, okay, based on what you gave us. All right? Mr. Jarrett has a expectation of privacy because he is a employee of a private firm. So we have unanimously ruled to disallow his pay records as part of this proceeding. They will be stricken and inadmissible in this hearing. Such further matters regarding his pay sheets, time sheets, or any other will be have to be taken up in further if you know, outside of the scope of what this hearing board is set for. Okay, so we're going to disallow that.
Can I ask for some clarification?
Yes.
You're saying that we cannot discuss the timesheets or the pay records. There will be evidence that Chief Elkins asked Captain Jarrett during the interrogation if he worked for his private employer on the days that he was off sick. Is that evidence also being excluded with this ruling?
If it has anything to do with payroll records, dates, amount of pay, anything related to the payroll from his other job, it is excluded.
And I speak not in argument, but in support of the commission's ruling. The code says that you can't request a source of income, and that's clearly what we've done here.
Again, we are, and you know, discussed at length the city's right to certain records. We're appreciative of that. The city has a vested interest. Okay? So too does the defendant, Mr. Jarrett, have an expectation of privacy. He's working outside the public sector, so there's a difference between, you know, requesting payroll records through a FOIA request versus going to the legal due process for requesting such records. Okay? So anything related to his payroll records, dates and times, gross pay, net pay, any other related thing like that from his other job, we're going to have to exclude. Okay? That's a decision we made, and it is a unanimous decision across the board.
Gentlemen, in view of the tribunal's ruling, it's my understanding that the sole and exclusive charge pending for your consideration to Captain Jarrett is dependent upon the records you have now excluded, and accordingly, we've moved that this action be dismissed.
Well, that your understanding would be not entirely correct. I think there's going to be some independent evidence submitted, testimony from witnesses about what they saw when they saw it.
Is it, It's probably reasonable, and though unusual, we should probably have this already, for us to see the charges as a whole, not how you're going to go about proving charges, but the charges as a whole to reasonably say, yes, of course, they can come about this in a different way.
Those are, well, the charges are essentially contained in the disciplinary record, I'm sorry, the recommended disciplinary action letter of October 29th that I thought the board already had.
When we got discovery, what you sent, there was no particular evidence other than the witness
I thought
list.
that was forwarded to the board prior to the hearing being set.
Other than a witness list, no, which is quite fine. We're just a little
I
uneducated on the
apologize,
topic.
I thought that had already been provided to you, as the impetus for
I've seen nothing.
scheduling the
Yeah.
hearing. Well, I can certainly provide that to you.
You were probably gonna use this as
Yeah,
evidence in some of the.
it's the October 29th, you have that. For all of you.
While they continue to read that, I see all the possible things that the member could be charged with. But in your general summary, and I know you're going to correct this, feel free, this is just my initial reading. You're saying the guy took off sick leave, 6 days of sick leave, 1 day of which he admitted to working for others. And that's the only particular charge that I see, but I'm sure I'm wrong.
No, you, excuse me. If what I heard you say is correct, yes, the charges consist of at least 6 days where he was working for a different company and being paid sick leave by the City of Metro Fire Department. Now, with your decision that time records cannot be used, nor can his admission that he did it on at least one of those days or more. We do have some independent testimony for, I believe, at least 2 of those days.
Okay, but that is the only charge. For instance, so when you reference dishonesty, you don't in there say, here we, in writing, see that you made a, for instance, the medical certification, you asked the doctor to say he was sick. He didn't also say in writing he was sick and he wasn't sick and therefore he's been, so you reference all these things, but specifically, you're not saying that he did any of these things.
The dishonesty comes from submitting the sick leave and being paid. Each of those.
But that's the only offense, then. That falls under all of those categories.
Yes.
But that's the only offense.
Yes.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. All right. Gentlemen, you have thoughts, man?
While you gentlemen are reviewing there, I need to take a minute with my
we're going to discuss amongst each other here, if that's okay, that's appropriate, right?
Everybody ready? Chief Elkins, you've already been sworn in, you're still under oath.
Yes.
How long have you been the chief of the Nitro Fire Department?
1 year.
And how long have you been with the Nitro Fire Department?
23 years, 11 months.
And are you, during that time with the Nitro Fire Department, did you become familiar with rules and procedures for sick leave,
Yes.
use of sick leave? I'm sorry, for the use, you became familiar with the rules and procedures for the use of sick leave?
Yes.
Can you generally describe what the standard procedure is for use of sick leave?
Usually it's, you have to call in prior to your shift and let the on-duty person know that you won't be coming in for that day. If you're off for more than 2 shifts, then you have to bring an excuse. And there was a memo written 10-1 of 8. I can read it, I can't quote it to you, but.
I'll hand this to you. If we can mark this as the city's exhibit 1. You have this. Look at a copy. You all. I'm going to hand you city's exhibit number 1. It's marked N1 and ask you if that is the memo that you're referring to.
Yes, it is.
And what's the title of that memo? Does it have one?
No, it really doesn't have one.
All right. And what specifically does that memo reference with regard to the specific?
Well, section P basically says if, a shift commander will contact a member either via phone or physical visit to their residence. Is basically what it says. Is what that's what as a, shift commander would do.
Contact a member by phone or a visit to their residence if they called in sick.
Correct.
Now, does that happen all the time?
Not always.
And why would it not happen?
It just, you mean the phone calls to, either someone just does, they forget to do it?
Now, with specific regard to Captain Jarrett, he had been taking a fair amount of sick leave during last year. Is that right?
Objection, that's leading question.
Okay. Did Captain Jarrett take any sick leave during 2013?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not he was contacted on each of the dates that he took off sick?
I don't think he was contacted on each day, no.
Do you know if he was contacted on any of the days?
Yes, he was, or attempted.
Attempted. Who made the contact, do you know?
I did.
Were you able to contact him on each of the dates that he was
No.
off sick? And what did you do if you were not able to contact him?
I had went to his residence on at one point.
Did you find him at home?
No, he wasn't home.
Do you know what day that was?
August 15th.
Okay. Do you know what time of day you were there?
About 1 o'clock.
When you didn't find him coming, what did you do?
Well, at that point, being it was a day for his shift, I was suspicious that he was working for someone else.
Why were you suspicious
Well-
that he might have been working for someone else?
One, his work truck wasn't there. The truck that he drives for Mid-Atlantic was not there.
Okay. Had you ever seen him
Excuse me,
driving?
I've got an objection. He just said in contravention to this court's ruling, the name that he attributes to this private employee.
The ruling was, we're not going to allow his one-on-one meeting requiring him to provide his finances and anything regarding that. But the statement, which has been conceded by both sides, that it was, they drove a vehicle out in the open, and just what this isn't hearsay, what he saw was that he has a work truck. But that's nothing that he has asked the member. Is that about right, guys, or?
You're saying he referenced the name?
Yes.
Can we strike the name from the record?
The source of the income, because
Well, I mean, if that's all we're
if
here.
it's common knowledge, but, sure.
So from this point forward, can we refer to it as the private employer? Will
Sure.
that
Yeah.
satisfy?
So the,
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Well, just so the record's clear, as I understand at least the board's ruling, that there is an exclusion in effect for the outside source of income, and I don't see much of a difference between not mentioning the name and alluding to something which is source of income. But I understand the commission's rule.
The commission's ruling was that we couldn't use anything that we had obtained during the investigation relating to the private employer. However, something that the chief or any other person may have observed outside of the investigation, outside of the interrogation, is not excluded.
You had indicated on the motion that you were going to bring forward new evidence, not related to him requesting what we deemed as illegal, requesting the information from him. Anything outside of that, you say you're going to bring new evidence. That's what this appears to be. We could do this all day, so yeah, we'll just proceed along this line.
Okay. No, I forgot what question I asked. Okay, you had gone to Captain Jarrett's home on August 15th, and he was not home. Is that correct?
All right. Yes.
Yes. What did you do at that point?
I come back to the station.
Okay. Did you make any additional efforts to contact Captain Jarrett that day?
I don't recall, no.
On August 15th, you prepared a letter to Captain Jarrett. Mark this as city's exhibit number 2. Take a look at city's exhibit number 2 and tell me what that is.
This is a notice of investigation for Captain Jarrett.
And on what for what grounds was the investigation initiated?
Well, due to the fact that, you know, one, he wasn't home, and, you know, he was being paid that day by the city. That's why I went ahead and did it up.
Okay. And how was this delivered to Captain Garrett?
It was later in the day, so I had Major Richardson, I gave it to him, and he said that he would deliver himself.
Okay. Do you know whether or not he was successful in delivering that?
He also went to the residence and was unable to, Captain Jarrett wasn't home at the time. And, yeah, and I'm not sure what time it was when he went, but he attempted and he wasn't home.
Okay. Was that notice of investigation ultimately delivered in some other fashion?
Yes.
And how, do you know how?
This one was in with, put in with his check.
A paycheck?
Yes.
You can put this up over here. Were you given any other information about Captain Jarrett's whereabouts that day?
It sounds like, excuse the interruption, but it sounds like what council asked for is information, which sounds a lot like hearsay unless this witness has personal direct knowledge. I'd ask that he not be permitted to testify to things that others
With
did.
regards to Major Richardson, it was hearsay at the time, and you could have asked for an affidavit or Major Richardson come forward. But that particular was hearsay. It's already been said, and, you know, that was.
But they're about to talk about something else, as I understand the
Okay,
testimony.
and the next thing you're objecting to, because previously that was hearsay. Now you're objecting to what?
Well, I'm not sure what his testimony is. The question was framed, what is your understanding? Which seems to me that the question calls for something outside of his knowledge.
Rephrase the question, I suppose, unless we're going to.
I'll just move on. We'll ask Captain Richardson since he has now become an important witness. Chief, you had said that you knew, well, let me start that. Prior to August 15th, did you know that Captain Jarrett was working for a private employer?
Yes, I heard that he was working.
And that's hearsay.
Prior to August 15th?
Well, prior to that, I actually saw him in the other employer's vehicle.
Okay.
And prior to August 15th, did you see him in the private employer's vehicle more than once?
Well, the one time I do recall was July 1st. It was about 7:15 in the morning. I was standing in Ronnie King's front yard, and he was driving down the street.
He who?
Captain Jarrett was driving down the street in the other employer's vehicle with the other employer's uniform, ideas.
And on July 1st, do you know whether or not Captain Jarrett was scheduled to work for the Nitro Fire Department?
July 1st at 8 o'clock would have been his shift.
And did he report to work on July 1st at 8 o'clock?
No.
Did he use a sick or a vacation day?
Would have been a sick day.
And do your firefighters fill out timesheets for noting when they work and the dates they work,
Yes.
the type of pay they're to receive for that work?
Yes.
Can we see that before you publish it to the commission?
Certainly. That was provided to you. like to have this marked as city exhibit number 3. And Chief, let me hand you City of Nitro exhibit number 3 and ask if you can tell me what that is.
This is a timesheet for the city of Nitro.
Okay, is that one that the fire department uses?
Yes,
Whose timesheet is that?
this is for Mark Jarrett.
Do you review these timesheets?
I do.
Okay. What dates does that timesheet cover?
7/1 and 7/4,
Of what year?
2013.
Okay. And is the date of July 1st, the date that you saw Mr. Jarrett in the private employer's pickup truck, is this the timesheet that would have covered the date, that same date that he was scheduled to work?
Yes.
How are those hours recorded?
You mean like the time in, time out?
I'm sorry. For the date of July 1st, how was Mr. Jarrett paid?
He would have been paid for 24 hours,
And what type of pay would he have received?
just his standard captain's pay.
Okay. Was it regular time, sick time, or vacation
Oh, I'm
time?
sorry, it would have been, this would have been sick time.
Okay. Sick time on July 1st.
Yes.
And what's the date on the bottom of that timesheet?
Right here.
Yes.
7/11/2013.
And there's a signature there.
Yes.
Do you recognize the signature?
Yes.
Whose signature is that?
Mark Jarrett.
Now that you're done, I think we have a clear lawyer. We have a different document than what you have.
Oops.
Yes. Maybe he's got the same different document, maybe.
Sorry. I got too many timesheets.
Yeah, we had
Please
June.
step back. I'm sorry. Let me get you the right one.
You have the same one she has.
No, sure.
No, this is the one that I gave you. It's incorrect. This is the one that I have. At the bottom, it has City of Nitro 00032. So let me find the board, the correct sheet to look at.
If you're not still referencing yours, or is there, you're gonna still need it?
Well, no, I can go. Although the court reporter's probably gonna want to, I know I have another one, it's just a pull of papers apart and
Sure, I
a
understand.
mess. A little mess. Let's see.
In the spirit of experience here, you both have copies that are identical. You don't have any problem with her trying to conjure up copies of this, or you do that?
I have one.
The only objection I have is to its admission. She hasn't moved to admit it. I'll ask that the board reserve judgment on the admissibility of it until we cross-examine the witness. But as far as this being a copy of an original document, I haven't seen the original, but we've heard testimony about it, and you'll hear more testimony about it. But I just asked the board to withhold a ruling on its admission as evidence until we cross-examine the witness.
Standard practice, and this is a question, I'll state, standard practice, if somebody wants to admit evidence, and you see it as valid, nothing that has been conjured up, that's normal for not admit evidence and to reserve the right to.
Well, I'm just I'm trying to streamline the proceedings too. I could object to certain things now, but I think it would only prolong the proceedings. I'll do that if you want, but I think it'd be most efficient
Okay.
if after the witness testifies.
If later, if they have no problem with it, if later you bring something substantial that says this document doesn't need to be in our possession, I suppose that'd be reasonable, right? Is that what you?
Well, I mean, I've got cross-examination regarding the very creation of the document.
Okay, okay. So, okay. Sounds good. Will, you guys have any objection to reserving the right and saying this is not an original authentic document?
Well, that's not the only objection I have. I mean, now that we're here, I guess the objections we have is that this wasn't prepared as it's suggested by Captain Jarrett. It's got his signature on it, but the rest of it's not his work. But again, I can do that in cross-examination, probably be more efficient.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, and we could do this all day. He's gonna make a point later.
I have no problem.
Right, we'll just continue.
Doing
You'll
it.
have your opportunity to make a point as to its authenticity. And anything else regarding this. Yeah.
Chief Elkins, after you initiated the August 15th investigation into, what was the purpose of the August 15th investigation?
Well, you know, due to the fact that, you know, he wasn't home, and that, you know, I had suspicion that he was working somewhere else.
As a result of the investigation, or in furtherance of the investigation, did you interview Captain Jarrett?
Yes, I did.
And what happened during the course of that interview?
We just had a series of questions about, you know, where he may have been or what he may have been doing on, you know, certain dates.
Okay.
And, you know, he was asked, you know, if we could contact or get the information that's not being allowed.
At that interview, did you present him with a list of dates that he had used sick leave?
Yes.
Okay. And when you presented him with the dates that he had used sick leave, did he indicate whether or not he had worked for anyone else on those dates?
Objection. This is squarely within that which this board has ruled upon. The statute again says he can't be requested to provide source of income, and the board has sort of highlighted the fact that the board has ruled specifically during the interview. Now she's asking, during the interview, did you ask? We know he asked and the board's excluded it. Now they want to bring it in contravention to the board's ruling.
I'm sorry. Are you in a position to restate, ma'am? Are you in a position to restate what she said? What the question was?
No.
I didn't think so. Are you asking about the finances? Because I didn't really.
What I had asked is whether he presented the dates to Captain Jarrett, and if Captain Jarrett told him whether he was working for another employer on any of those dates.
Unsolicited, told him if he was working, didn't ask him. Is that what you're asking? Is that what you said?
No, the question was that he asked him.
Okay. Let's not go into you, if he spontaneously combusted with information, that's one, you asked him, we told you, we said that was an illegal act. So let's not discuss him asking you.
All right, no discussion about it. Did you have a discussion, Chief Elkins, about Captain Jarrett's request for vacation time in the month of July?
Yes.
And what happened in the month of July with Captain Jarrett's vacation request?
With the request that he did make,
Yes.
well, Captain Jarrett requested, I can't remember exactly how many hours it was, but it was too many hours, is what he requested. And, you know, myself with Mary Beth, we were looking and trying to figure out to see what the correct time was. And, I mean, that's all we did. That's all we did with it, was just to try to, you know, see what it was. And I didn't sign the sheet because he was asking for too many hours.
Okay. How many hours of vacation, let me ask you this, do you know how many hours of vacation Captain Jarrett was entitled to starting July 1st?
I'm at a loss. It would be.
If you don't know, that's fine. I was just asking if you don't
I don't know exactly. I mean, I can sit here and think it up.
That's fine. Now, when you had the discussion about the sick leave, about the vacation request, what did Captain Jarrett tell you about the vacation request?
Well, he said that he hadn't made a vacation request.
That he had not made a vacation request?
Yes.
Did that coincide with your understanding?
No, I mean, he had made a request, but, I mean, he stated that he had made one.
Did he tell you why he was going to be making vacation requests? Why he made a vacation request? Or, I'm sorry, strike that. We are going in circles. Do vacation requests typically come to you?
Yes.
Are you the one that generally signs off on all vacation requests?
Yes.
What happens to the vacation request after you sign off on it?
It goes to Mary Beth Burke.
And did you ever see a vacation request form from Captain Jarrett for the months of July?
Yes, I did see it.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as the City of Nitro Exhibit number 4. Is that the vacation request form that you saw?
Yes.
Did you approve that?
No.
Why not?
Well, he was asking for too many days.
Okay. So the vacation request form was not approved.
Right. Yes.
Did he ever submit another vacation request form to you?
No.
All right. At the conclusion of your investigation into Captain Jarrett's use of sick time, I think we have, has that letter been marked, the October 29th? I know I handed it to all of you.
Yeah. It happens.
This is August 15th.
What is it?
August 15th, notice of investigation.
Okay, the one I gave you all at the beginning, the statement of charges.
October 29th.
October 29th.
Right here.
Yes.
Yes, it's not the marked one. He has it. I have a copy. He has it in evidence.
We have not marked. Okay.
Yeah. We asked for the dates. We asked for the charges.
What was one?
Exhibit 1 was a memorandum from 2009.
Right, that's
Simply,
what I thought.
exhibit 2 is notice of investigation, time sheet, request to speak to the
Chief, at the conclusion of your investigation, did you do a letter to Captain Jarrett regarding your conclusions?
Yes, I did.
And I've handed you City of Nitro Exhibit number 5. Is that the letter that you prepared?
Yes.
On what basis did you, and we can't talk about certain events dealing with the private employer, but you, what was your conclusion?
Well, in here, one was dishonesty. And, you know, during the interview, you know, I was asking, or it's like Mark asked us if we would, why we wouldn't work with him with the days that he hadn't requested any days, but he was wanting to take the days later on and throw them in wherever it would work out for him.
Let me stop you.
Okay.
He wouldn't request any days. What do you mean, what days would he not request?
Not sure. Get that?
You just said he wouldn't request any days.
Well, he didn't request, well, he didn't, he stated he wouldn't, he hadn't requested any sick or any vacation days. But on the date of the 27th during the interview, you know, he made a statement that, you know, that Mary Beth was going to work with him and put the days in where he needed them. Now, on the 27th, that was the first that I had heard of that.
27th of July?
No, of August.
Fall. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And that was the first that I'd heard of that.
Put what days in?
Well, I guess days that he was working at the other employee, for the other employer, she was going to put in sick days on those days.
That's what Captain Jarrett told you.
Yes.
So those statements were also something that you used as part of your decision on the recommended punishment? Those
Yes.
factors?
Yes.
And what else did you conclude after your investigation?
Well, and just the fact that, you know, he wasn't home on the day, or the, you know, the day that I was up there.
And in looking at this letter, that's City's Exhibit number 5,
Mhm.
dated October 29th. Take a look at the second page of that exhibit. You listed several dates in the first full paragraph that's not quoting?
Yes.
Okay. What does that sentence say,
This,
starting with the, about midway through the paragraph?
right here.
Mhm.
The dates that you used, paid sick leave, but you were working for
The private employer.
the private employer, included June 4th, July 1, August 15th, August 21st, August 24th, and September 11th. These dates were verified by your timesheet,
Let's-
but
yeah, we'll
leave
leave
that out.
Okay. Now, of those dates that you just read, on which dates did you see Captain Jarrett wearing the private employer uniform and or driving the vehicle? Which are the dates that you have listed there?
July 1,
Okay. Any others?
I can't recall the,
On the August, you stated August 15th in the letter.
yes.
On August 15th, you said that you went to Captain Jarrett's home.
Mhm. Yes.
Did you see him that day, or did you see him that day work in the uniform driving the truck of the private employer on August 15th?
No.
Okay. When you went to his home, what did you observe?
That the truck that he normally drives for the other employee was not there.
And Chief Elkins, what punishment have you recommended?
Reduction in
These
rank and,
offenses?
I'm sorry,
Uh-huh.
a reduction in rank and 10 shifts off without pay.
And why did you come to that recommendation?
Well, for the actions, it's in our book, I mean, it is a fireable offense. And, it's a harsh punishment. I mean, he's got 16 years on a job, and I felt like it was too harsh of a punishment for someone that had been on the job that long.
You felt like firing him was too harsh of a punishment?
Yes.
Did you make that decision in reliance on, or in discussions with any other officials?
Yes, with the mayor.
Okay. And that's what, was his input used in making your decision?
Yes.
I do not have any further questions for this witness, and I would ask that we move into evidence city's exhibits 1 through 5 he's testified about.
Well, again, with respect to those documents, I'd ask you to reserve a ruling on that until after cross-examination. With respect to the decision letter, it clearly contains information that would have to be redacted in order for it to be properly admitted. So once it's redacted so that it contains no allusion to that which is permit me to complete my, then I think then it becomes the proper topic of discussion whether it's admissible or not. But in an unredacted form, we certainly would object.
Let's see, which number, if you know?
I don't know the number.
It's
but
number 5.
Well, I mean, it's replete with references to the product of his interview I mean, the testimony thus far is, he observed Captain Jarrett has knowledge of one episode which he claims is in conflict with the sick day. Now, in addition, there are allusions to the name of a private employer and so forth. I think all that has to come out consistent with this board's ruling before it could be even considered as an exhibit. So with that said, it's not our problem. It's up to them to somehow try to propound that for something that's an admissible exhibit, but in its present form, we would certainly object to it.
Well, I think the testimony was that the chief knew who the private employer was, so just simply the reference to the name doesn't make the document inadmissible, even with the ruling that the board has made. And second, obviously this board is an administrative board. You've made the ruling, you know what the information is. Redact it if you want to, but I don't think that affects the admissibility of the document itself.
I know where you're going here, and you'll absolutely get a chance to restate correctly. So if we were going to redact the name and all the dates of which he used other time sheets, and he was only able to use July 1 as an example.
Excuse me, I didn't mean to cut you off.
July 1 as an example, because that was his first-hand knowledge of it. If he was able to use that, does it meet the criteria of the penalty still for one offense for what you're charging him for?
Well, and it also makes allusions to that which he obtained during an interview, which the board has ruled that it's an impermissible question. Those references would have to come out too.
Well, I think it's all the weight of the evidence, not necessarily the admissibility at this point.
Well, before you get to weight, relevancy, or anything, it first has to be admissible evidence. That's the threshold question.
It's my opinion that, and this is one opinion that we can go out and talk about, but it's pretty cut and dry. It's my opinion that all of this, with the new evidence that she's permitted only, with the new evidence that she's presented. She might have more future evidence from other witnesses that we've learned that he's being alleged that he's doing something that they're saying is illegal, and that evidence alone should be admitted. None of the other things, if they can't substantiate it with new evidence. If they can substantiate it with new evidence, all these other dates, the employer, whomever, any other information. That was our ruling, and I think we stay consistent with that. Go ahead, Nate. So your request was to stricken this from the evidence, and we're going to admit 1 through 5. And keep bearing in mind, so far, not that this is an issue right now, we've been made aware of one offense with new evidence, and not that it's, not that it has anything to do with anything, what the name of the employer is or anything like that. That's what the new evidence is showing. Your take.
Okay. What I'd like to do is this, again, for the sake of efficiency and expedience. I have a number of documents that may be useful for the board's consideration, some of which are now sort of moot in view of the board's ruling, but so that we can move along more quickly, I've organized those into binders, and I'd like to tender those to the board if I could, with the admonition that I'm not asking the board to look at anything now, and at the conclusion of these proceedings, I'll probably ask that some of them be admitted, but I'll ask that some of them be eliminated.
1 moment, please. I'll give you a chance to.
Do you really want
I'm not wanting to do anything yet.
to? I don't even really want to see the
He's wanting to admit this stuff.
disability.
I'm not
application.
asking for anything to be admitted. I'm just, rather than to chase a document around the room, at the point at which we may offer it for some purpose, you'll already have it. And just so it's clear, I'm not offering this, not even asking the board to look at it.
If you need more time, but if you don't.
No, I've seen, well, except for disability applications, I've seen.
Counsel, you're ready, Carlson.
I'm in 2 minutes, I'm gonna make a quick restroom break and then I'm ready.
I think we need one as well. My counterpart is floating. You don't have to do that.
I see you using toothpicks over there.
Yeah, I better go turn it on.
You need help with something?
I was just trying to, I think where I had batteries in here before, one of them had corroded on it. And I was trying to pull it off.
Been trained well, I see. Old
It looks like it's down in
I got cops the other day going to
Oh, is it? You probably don't want to stuff.
Can you erase your data?
Yeah.
He didn't know who he was at first.
Should we just erase it with the pencil eraser?
Yeah. John's supposed to be bringing down chili and peanut butter for the
Okay.
day.
Thank you.
Need anything else?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Still on battery?
Yeah, it's not working.
I mean, you still on battery here?
Oh, yeah, it's good.
So you don't need to look forward still?
No, okay.
Pretty good battery.
Yeah, that's how it goes.
That's how it goes. Pull that stuff out of it. So. Yes.
Yeah, this is the one he brought to me on the,
Yeah, he's got that here too.
that's the one he brought to me on the, not
Yeah, I know there's the other one as well. Let's look in this one. Here's a better copy.
Well, now this is the,
Oh, sorry, I just saw
I
it.
got that. Remember, it's like, that's all these things
Right
right
at the same
together.
time,
Yeah.
yeah. Okay, we'll take a look at that binder, so we'll see where it's at. Yeah, my desk.
No.
Sorry, I let you all line up.
It's not hard to get him out.
It's pretty difficult, whatever's going on here. I mean, without this thing, without your recorder.
No, it's okay. Thank you, then.
Well, I didn't know if you were getting accurate recording.
She's just not gonna have a backup.
Oh, that's scary, yeah.
Yeah. How are you? You're good.
That's not just normal, it's punishment.
I think we were waiting on we were giving you a few more minutes, but you had said we were pretty good with this finding being brought to our attention, I suppose.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I've looked at the documents, most everything in it.
You have no objection to us seeing them?
No.
Okay, but they're not admitted yet?
No, I don't want those published yet until, but those will be used or not used during the testimony. I just want to use the shorthand, the quick way to get to it, so.
Just say, hey, reference this, gotcha.
Ready to proceed, sir? Yes.
Thank you. Chief Elkins, we began this discussion focusing on a memorandum that was referenced only as to Part P. And I'm sorry, I don't know the exact number.
They're all sitting there.
It's number one.
This is it.
Okay, and for the record, that's exhibit, that's city's exhibit 1.
Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, it's, they've got often.
Okay.
Are you the author of that document?
No, sir, I'm not.
Okay, do you know who authored that document?
Yes,
Who was that?
the previous chief, Chief Hedrick.
Okay, so as to, between you and former Chief Hedrick, as to the content of the referenced paragraph, who would have the superior knowledge as to its construction?
Well, I guess Chief Hedrick, I'm sorry.
Let me object. I don't think that anybody needs to testify about the superior knowledge of construction. I think the document's going to speak for itself. It
Well, I
says what it
appreciate
says.
council's help in my strategy here. I think I can handle it. The policy underpinning paragraph P as to between you and Chief Hedrick, who would have superior knowledge in that respect?
He wrote the document.
Okay, so that's a yes?
No, I mean, I understand the document.
You understand the
As it-
document?
Yeah, as it reads, yes.
I think she has a reasonable objection to the term superiority or superior knowledge. Who wrote the document, the reasonable question, but she has a reasonable objection. If you wouldn't mind, we'll take praising, sir.
The reason that the document was authored, the purpose, and all things relating to this, as I understand it, former Chief Hedrick would be in a better position to discuss that, would he not?
Is that your opinion or your?
I'm asking
my
you
opinion?
if you agree with that.
I mean, it reads as it reads. I mean, I understand what it says.
Okay, so in other words, we're to interpret this very literally, just on the face of it. Is that right? You need to make an audible answer so the recorder can get it down.
Yes, yes or no? I mean, is what it's on the document the way we should read it? Tough answer.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so based on that literal interpretation, you have that exhibit in front of you.
Yes, I do.
Would you read the second sentence of paragraph P so that the board will be able to focus on the point that I want to discuss with you?
Sick leave is designed for employees who are unable to perform their job duties.
Okay. What job duties are implicated there?
Just job duties. I mean, day-to-day duties.
Of
The fire department.
the fire department. Do you have light duty at the fire department?
No, sir, we don't.
Okay, so when you say job duties, you're talking about the full range and spectrum of responsibilities of a firefighter.
Yes.
Okay. Now, would you be so kind as to read the fourth sentence, beginning with the word effectively?
Effective immediately, is that what you're talking?
Yes, sir.
Yes, okay. Effective immediately, if a member of this department calls in sick at some point during that shift, the on-duty shift commander will contact the member either via phone or physical visit to the residence.
Okay, now focusing on the date of July 1, which we seem to have narrowed the issue to that date, did Captain Jarrett call in sick that day?
Of which date?
July 1 of 2013.
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, so explain to the board, if you would, given the literal meaning of this, how that if he didn't call in sick, the remainder of that sentence would apply.
I'm not sure what you're asking. How would this apply to him not calling in?
Well, let's break it down a little more if you prefer. As I understand your testimony, you don't know if he called in sick that day, right?
Yes.
Okay. If he didn't call in sick, how would the remainder of this...
How would it be applied?
Yes, sir.
To that day?
Yes, sir.
Well, someone should have called to check to see if he was home that day, or go by his residence to see if he was home that day.
Well, but you'll agree with me, would you not, that this whole provision is prefaced on the phrase, if a member of this department calls in sick. So that's a predicate to everything else. That's the one thing that triggers the requirements thereafter. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but you have no knowledge as to whether he called in sick, right?
I don't recall, no.
Okay, so if the application of this paragraph is contingent upon calling in sick, you'd agree with me, wouldn't you? That you can't apply the remainder of it, right?
So what you're saying is
No,
that...
I said exactly what I said. If you don't understand the question, I'll repeat it to
Okay,
you. But
repeat it
I'd like
to
an
me.
answer.
I ask you to repeat it, please.
Okay, so my question to you is, if a person did not call in sick, the remainder of that paragraph would not apply. Is that right?
Well, no, you're asking if it would not, it would apply, because if he didn't come in, if a person wasn't coming in, whether it was him or anyone, somebody's going to have to make a call and see, why aren't you showing up for work?
So you're saying that although we read this literally, that says if someone calls in sick, the provisions still apply. Is that your position?
I'm not sure.
Well, let me move on to something else. We'll come back to that. I will ask, first of all, council's attention to that which is under tab 1 and give council, if you would, an opportunity to review that and state any objections she has before we proceed. And I'd also like to ask the witness, while they're doing that, if you...
Let me, I don't know if mine are tabbed right, because there is a document
Just put the one,
right here.
That's the one.
That's not one that's on
I know,
tab 1.
but, okay, I just wanted to make sure it was not in front of tab 1.
Don't tab it. Great person. Let's start counting.
Because you do have something here,
Yeah, that's good in front of you.
which is right.
Okay, no, that's not a problem.
What are we working off of? Which one? I'm on one. What are we working off of?
The document that I'm referring to, at the top of the page says Mark Jarrett, and it's a letter dated May 28, 2013.
Okay, it's not one. It's going to be y'all's first tab. Yeah, we're all good over here.
We're good.
Okay. All right. Chief, have you had an opportunity to read that over?
Yes.
You recognize that document?
Yes.
And tell the commission what that document is.
It's Mark Jarrett's request for permanent disability pension.
Okay. Do you remember that document?
Yes.
Okay. And does that appear to be a true and accurate copy of the document?
Yes.
You would have received the original of that document, or
I don't know. I wouldn't have received the original.
did you get a copy of it contemporaneous to when it was filed at around the same
I
time?
think I have a copy.
You sit on the pension fund, right?
Yes.
Okay. So this is something you've seen and considered in the past, is that right?
Yes.
This one's Jarrett 2. The record would reflect that that document has now been marked as Jarrett 2, and having been properly authenticated, I'll ask for its admission into evidence.
I don't have any objections.
So moved. So moved.
Yep.
So moved.
Now, attendant to the written application for disability pension, did you also receive a medical record in support of that application?
Are you saying following that?
Well, in connection with it. Did Captain Jarrett simply supply you with a short letter, nothing to support his claim of disability? Or did he supply you other materials that supported his claim?
There were other documents, yes.
Okay. I'll get you the... Excuse me, let me show you this thing else.
Are you asking him in his capacity as a fire chief? Or
I'm going to ask him in
capacity?
whatever capacity that he has.
Where and how he's.
And I'll ask him as a person. I don't care what capacity you want to put him in. You put him in whatever capacity you want. You said. Chief Elkins, I'd ask you to look at what has not yet been marked that is captioned permanent disability claim, and see if that document seems familiar to you.
No, sir, it's not.
Okay. Now, I'll ask you to look at the following page and see if that's something you've seen before.
No, I haven't seen this one either.
Well, let me ask you if you were aware that in addition to the application for permanent disability that you had seen some medical evidence of Captain Jarrett's disability?
Regarding the,
Regarding anything.
what you just showed me?
Regarding anything.
Well, I was aware that he was filling out an application for the disability.
Well, in fact, you received written notification of that, as I understand your testimony, is that right?
Written notification that,
Well, you said you got a copy of his pension application, right? His letter saying, I'm applying for total and permanent disability.
oh, yes, yes, I'm
Okay.
sorry.
And when did you get that? Make it easy for you. Was it before July 1?
Yes, I think, I don't know the date.
All right, well, then let me ask you this question. Why would, after having supplied a written notice of his lack of ability to come to work, would he then make individual calls to the department to duplicate that?
You mean to duplicate the fact that he's,
Made a written notice to you that he's physically unfit for fireman's duty. Why would he then call in?
well, at that point, there wasn't a determination if he was unfit for duty.
Okay, he had not been appearing for duty pursuant to that, right?
At times, yes.
So it's your recollection that on July 1, that you were just expecting him either to be there or to call in, is that right?
Well, normally, people will call in, but I understand at that point, I did receive that. But there had been no determination on there had been any date set to when and how long he would be off, or if he would come back.
Well, the fact is he discussed that with you and said that he wasn't fit for duty and wouldn't be for the future, is that right?
He never discussed that with me, as far as I can recall.
And is it your testimony that as of July 1st, he just went AWOL and didn't show up for work?
As of July 1st, I understood that he had applied for a medical pension. He was injured or hurt.
Okay?
With that, we had to make a decision on whether or not, because where he had not, his vacation request was not signed, or at that time we weren't going to use it, so we figured he wasn't coming back. We started paying him sick days.
I think you've answered the question. I'll let you explain it further if you need to, but I think you finally answered the question. It was understood as of the time that he notified you in writing of his application for pension that he was not intending to return to work.
Right, but all I had was the letter. We didn't discuss it.
Okay, so instead of a call on each specific day, you had a letter accompanied by the understanding that he would not be returning to work. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now you just mentioned that there was a application for vacation time supplied by Mark Jarrett, is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And that's, is that the same as the city's exhibit number 4?
Yes.
Okay. So, what's the first date that he asked to be counted as vacation time?
July 1.
Okay. And that's the day you saw a private vehicle that you concluded was that of his somebody other than an employer that was connected with the city of Nitro, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, there was a discussion in your direct testimony that he made this application, and subsequently there was some determination that the number of vacation or holiday days that he was entitled to exceeded the number of days he requested here, right?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have any personal knowledge of how that then got converted to something else or changed?
When we got the letter, and we knew, well, we got the letter, received the letter from Mark.
Which letter are we talking about? So it's clear.
The
May 28 letter?
his application for his pension.
Okay.
At that point, we determined that we were going to, because, you know, I hadn't.
No, I don't know, so that's why I'm asking you.
I hadn't signed his vacation request. I hadn't approved it. We were going to start paying him vacation days. Or, I'm sorry, we were going to start paying sick days from that point on. Well.
So you made a determination at that point that you were going to pay certain of these days as sick days?
Yes, until we did talk to council, and that they.
You mean the city council?
No, our legal counsel.
Okay, so you were going to pay some of these as vacation days, but then you conferred with legal counsel, who advised you what?
But we were going to pay them. I was just going to pay sick days out until he used them all up, and then use his vacation. But after the first two of the sick days, we were advised that it would be better to use the vacation days and pay that out. Okay. And then use the sick days.
So let me see if I've got your testimony right. I want you to be real clear on it. It was the collective decision of you, the city's legal counsel, and perhaps others, that certain days would be assigned as vacation days and certain days would be assigned as sick days, right?
As a group. Be all sick, be all vacation, be all vacation, or be all sick.
All within the general understanding that as of the time he applied for a pension, he would not be back.
Yes.
Okay, now you speak to the question of dishonesty. That's a pretty caustic sort of accusation, is it not? What about any of this was dishonest? What was the act or acts of dishonesty within the framework of what we've discussed with the limitations on?
Well, the fact of not being home.
Okay.
Well, for that, and then the fact that,
that,
well, and the fact that, you know, in the interview that, you know, he made the statement that a deal of some sort was made between him and Mary Beth that she was going to put those days back in where he wanted them to cover those days that he did work for the other employer.
Well, I'll ask that the commission strike. I carefully asked him to constrain his answer to within the framework of your ruling, which he promptly didn't, so I'll ask that the portion of the testimony be stricken that is in violation of your ruling. So the dishonesty was, in essence, as I understand it, that he applied for a sick day when, in fact, and we're, again, narrowly considering July 1, when he wasn't sick, right?
He didn't apply for any days.
Oh, okay.
By his work.
So he's not the one applying for it. It got assigned to him through this collective decision by you, the lawyer for the city. So So, and this was, this decision how to apportion those days as to between vacation and sick days, when was that decision made?
I'm not sure the date.
Well, was
I mean,
it,
it was on or before, around July 1,
on, before, or around, which?
in that area.
Fact is, it was after July 1, wasn't it? Before it finally got pinned down as what it was going to be called, right?
Our decision. Is that what you're speaking of?
Yes, sir.
Our decision? Yes,
Yes, sir.
it would have been, yes.
Okay, so let me see if I got the chronology right. First, Captain Jarrett said, I want to take July 1 as a vacation day, right? And somehow, not of his own choosing, but through the actions of others, it got converted after July 1 to a vacation day. Is that right? Or rather, a sick day.
Correct.
So that it's very clear, he did not come to you or call in on July 1 and say, I'm sick today. And then you saw him out working for somebody else.
No.
Okay. But that's kind of the way your memo's dressed up like, isn't it? On that narrow issue, that's kind of the way that looks to somebody reading it, right? That's the reason for his discipline that you've asserted for this board, right? That he dishonestly asked for a sick day and then worked on that day. Is that right?
He wasn't home.
I got that.
Okay, the fact is he wasn't home.
Well, how could he change all that after the facts happened?
Now, now, you know, we're kind of going back and forth here, but are you talking about July 1?
I'm talking only about July 1.
Okay.
Okay?
Right.
Does that change anything about your answer?
No, sir.
Ask you to take a look at what's been marked as the city's exhibit number 3. Can I approach the witness so I can look at the documents? Do you recognize, and I think in your earlier testimony you indicated you recognized the form, and I think you indicated you recognized Mark Jarrett's signature
Yes.
on there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, do you recognize the writing other than the signature on there?
No.
That's not Mark Jarrett's writing, is it?
No, it's not.
Okay. So this document, if you know, was it created subsequent to the determination we talked about, the collective decision by others?
Yeah, yes, I would say so, yes.
Okay. I believe in your direct testimony, he specifically and verbally asked if that day could be counted as a vacation day, right? And I'm talking nearly about July 1, right?
I'm sorry, now what?
I was wrong, but I think the record's clear on that. In your earlier testimony, you said that the assertion of dishonesty on the part of Captain Jarrett And I'm not trying to suggest anything, I just want to make sure it's clear, because it wasn't clear to me. Maybe the board got it, but I didn't. The dishonesty part, that's based on the simple fact of the sick leave request, right? Was there anything else dishonest about, we've narrowed the issue to July 1 for now, but anything else dishonest about that? You've charged him with dishonesty.
Right.
And again, within the framework and considering the board rule, anything else dishonest about that, or is it purely the sick leave and not calling in business?
Well, it's you know, the fact he wasn't home, and the fact that during the interview.
Okay, now you said something about in the interview, something about Mary Beth. What's Mary Beth's last name?
Burt.
Mary Beth Burt. Are you saying that he was dishonest with her?
I don't know if he was or not.
Well, okay, so you wouldn't charge somebody with something you don't know anything about, right?
Right.
So you're not charging him with being dishonest with her, right?
Yes.
You are charging him with being dishonest?
No.
Now, with respect to a person's ability, in your earlier cross-examination, you acknowledged that it is possible that a person would be generally fit in a physical sense, but not fit to do firefighter's duty. And if I've stated that inartfully, you tell me a better way to put that.
No, that's fine.
Okay, so would you admit that there are demands of a firefighter that a person would be unable to perform, but nevertheless be able to perform other duties of other jobs?
Yes.
All right. And has this department made the distinction in some way about that? There's various references in department documents, and you tell me if I'm wrong, that sort of make a distinction between being off on a sick day and under a doctor's care. Is that right?
You say there is a document?
Well, I'm asking you if you agree. If is there an understanding that that's kind of a distinction, that you can be unfit for fire duty on sick leave, or you can be under a doctor's care, which is a different thing?
I've heard that, but I don't really. You're under a doctor's care. You're under a doctor's care.
Okay. Well, let's. You asked Mark Jarrett to supply you with a document that said, a medical document that said that he was unfit to do firefighter's duty, but nevertheless would be able to perform other types of work, did you not?
Yes.
Did you get that?
Did I get?
Did you receive what you requested? What was your purpose in asking for that?
Just a furtherance of my, investigation.
Well, okay. What was?
I wanted to see it in black and white that at that time that,
I wrote this all up, but I don't know what.
Number 7, Travis.
7.
Second from last. Second from the last, that one right there, I believe. is what it says.
Yeah, I've got two
I've got 6.
under 6.
Check behind this.
I'll give it to your parents.
There it is. That's-
Do you have a copy? Is that the same copy of each?
Yes, I have, under tab 6, I have 2 excuses, but they're different.
Oh, they're different?
Yes.
Yeah, this is the longer of the two. It's the second one under the same tab.
Oh, yes, I do, sorry. Okay.
Chief, let me ask you to look at what is now been marked as Jarrett Exhibit 3, see if you recognize that.
Yes,
Is that the same document you just testified to?
yes,
And it's my understanding that the purpose in requesting that was to make that determination that he may be presently or at the time that was requested, unfit physically to do firefighter's duty, yet fit for outside employment that was different.
yes,
And you say that the reason you asked for that was to verify that.
yes,
Did this indeed verify that?
yes.
Well, okay, then if you got this verification, what need did that satisfy? What did that resolve?
But the fact that he is unable to do the work and that he can modify his, well, with the other job, I can't remember what it said on the bottom, but
I'm gonna move for the administrative 3.
It's exhibit number 3 on the fence.
Okay, so let me see if we collectively have the full picture as to your assertion of what constitutes violations on Captain Jarrett's part. He didn't call in, or was that part of it?
at that point, I'm not sure if, that's just it, I can't remember the dates of how it fell. But it's not because he called, it didn't call in. It's,
Okay, so part of him not calling in is not part of it. It's
No,
the
we had
fact that he
received the
wasn't
letter.
at home. Is that right?
Yes,
And you'd agree with me that the only authority that would require him to be home is subparagraph P or paragraph 3 P of what I'll call the Hedrick memo.
okay, yes,
If we all understand what the Hedrick memo is. So it's narrowly that your conclusion was that he violated that provision of the Hedrick memo by not being at home. Is there anything else?
yes. I mean, just the violation of that.
Sick leave,
For that day.
by asking for sick leave on a day that he shouldn't have been entitled to it, because in your opinion, he was working somewhere else, right?
Yes.
Why is that a violation, to work at some less demanding or restrictive assignment while you're not able to do firefighter duty? What's improper about that?
Well, he was being paid by the city.
Okay.
Gotta, if he does it, then what about everybody else? Well, we'll just all, we'll use all of our sick days and we'll work other jobs when we need them on duty, on shift.
Well, okay, but if you mean if one of these firefighters here is fit for his duty as a firefighter and calls in sick, right?
Yes.
Okay, but that's not the same as what we're talking about here, right?
Right.
Because you have medical evidence that he was not fit for duty as a firefighter, right?
Correct.
So that's not the same thing, right?
Well, no, it wouldn't be the same. The issue is that sick day's being used, and
Okay,
he's working somewhere else.
okay, but I think we understand from your testimony that there's a distinction between fitness for firefighter duty and sickness that precludes you from doing anything else, and that we understand that's not the case with Captain Jarrett, right?
Yes.
And you got medical evidence, but so when you say if he's allowed to get away with it, all these guys can get away with it, right? They can just call in sick.
They could call in sick and go work another job.
Well, but the point is they first have to call in sick, right?
Sure.
And that would trigger paragraph P of the Hedrick memo, right?
Yes.
But that's different than a guy that's pending approval of his pension, is understood to be unfit now and forever, right? That's different.
Correct.
Right? And then you don't have to call in, right?
Well, no, at that point, no, he didn't have to call in. But the fact is that he was still being paid by the city of Nitro and
Okay.
working another job.
So if you decide to call him or visit his house and he's not home, that triggers the violation, right?
Yes.
Okay, but you pick that, he doesn't pick that, right? So he
Correct.
doesn't get to pick, right?
Right.
You acquainted with a member of your department, Lieutenant Ely?
Yes.
Have you been to his house or called him?
Yes, I have called him.
Is he there?
He stated that he's there. I called him on his cell phone. He stated that he was home.
Uh-huh. And so he's not in violation, right?
Well, I'm just using his integrity, his honesty, to say that he said he was home, and I took his word for it.
Okay. Now, but you would dispute that the predicate under the Hedrick memo is that you have to call in.
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Well, let's go through it again. Again, I'm referring to City's Exhibit 1 at page 5. Well, no, it's not page 5. But anyway, it's paragraph P, which is on the third printed page. May I approach witness again, please? In the sentence it says, effective immediately, if a member of this department calls in sick. Now, am I reading that correctly?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay, so that's, you have to have that condition in place before the rest of it applies, right? It's got to be a situation where somebody calls in sick, not somebody that's understood to be on a long-term leave, right?
Well, if you don't call in sick and you're off working another job,
Well, you can say all that, but I'd first like for you to answer the question. Does a person have to call in before it triggers this provision of the memo?
I'd say no. You don't have to call in. I mean, if a person, yes, you do. If a person calls in, then that's when that is triggered. Yes.
Otherwise, not, right?
Correct.
Okay. Fact is, you don't care much for Mark Jarrett, do you? Let's just be honest.
I'll be honest with you. I like Mark Jarrett.
Okay. But you haven't taken this action or anything close to it in other cases where people find themselves in similar conditions, have you?
You mean calling, or I haven't been by anyone else's home, no. But I have called others.
So you took a special interest in his case, even though you already knew in writing and otherwise that he hadn't called in sick and that he was medically unfit to do the job of a firefighter, right?
Yeah.
You've
Yes.
seen medical evidence of it.
Yes.
You've seen medical evidence that discusses both official work as a firefighter and as a private employee, right? And you still took this action, right?
Yes.
Who has the authority to draft rules of the fire department?
The chief.
The chief? Where does the chief derive the authority to draft rules of the fire department?
City ordinance.
What ordinance is that?
It's under the fire department.
And that's the fire department rules and regulations? Fire department rules and regulations?
Yes.
And the chief has the authority to do that, right? Okay. Mm-hmm. Very good.
Okay.
Very good.
Oh, that's the one that's
What's
really
that number, is it?
There's no tab.
No tab.
It's no tab.
I'm less organized than I complained to be. No.
It's right under the table of contents, but there's no tab.
Chief, let me ask you to take a look at what's now been marked as Jarrett 4. You recognize that?
Yes.
Give me out, approach witness. Now, 145.05 in sub A says, the mayor, in consultation with the fire chief, shall prepare and may from time to time amend the rules and regulations not inconsistent with state law, codified ordinances, etc. Right?
Yes.
So your present belief, as you answered my earlier question, that the fire chief had the authority to write rules, that's not correct, is it? It has to be
Well, I
the
have the
mayor.
authority, I can draft rules and take them to the mayor. That's what your question was, if I had the authority to draft rules. I can draft them and take them to the mayor.
Well, wrong again. It says that the mayor shall prepare.
Okay.
Doesn't say the chief shall draft it, Mayor. It says that the mayor shall.
To council's question, you're.
He can tell me if I'm wrong. I'm allowed to lead him this cross-examination.
I
Don't forget.
understand that, but you're misstating what it says.
I'm reading directly from it. Does it say that the mayor, comma, in consultation with the fire chief, comma, shall prepare? So, not much fat in that. It says the mayor shall prepare it, right? He consults with you, but he's got to prepare it, right?
Sure, yeah, you're correct. But I can draft them and take things to him,
Well,
and he could accept or
the
deny.
board will understand the English language, I think. So, okay. Now, well, now, with respect to the Hendrick memo, what involvement did the mayor have in preparing that?
The memo,
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure what Mayor Casto would have had in it.
Okay. I'm going to move the admission of Jack Ford. So if we can agree that the mayor, well, let me state this differently. If it turns out that the mayor, whoever the mayor was at the time, did not prepare that, even if he consulted with the chief, and I'm talking about the Hedrick memo, that's not an official order, regulation of the department, right?
I'd have to disagree.
Okay. That's all I have, thank you.
Procedurally, do you all want to do any questions? Would you like for me to? 'Cause I have some additional questions.
Right, absolutely, across, I mean, I have a list, but in
First.
light of, absolutely,
Okay.
in light of time, if it's okay with these guys, we can reserve the right to recall at the end if we have any questions remaining.
Let her redirect.
Absolutely. So
Thank you.
we can hold our questions to the end
She can
and
redirect.
ask that these witnesses stay around if we need to. We might not need to.
Are all of the exhibits that you were discussing
Other
today
than the one I just stole
up
here.
here?
Inadvertently.
You have copies of these?
I think you have one. Pick it up.
I have 2, 3, 4.
In one.
Oh, and 4 is over here. What was Jarrett 1? Oh, that was the letter that you did at the end. Chief, I'm going to direct your attention to Jarrett Exhibit number 2, which is the letter that you received from Captain Jarrett regarding his intention to file a pension request.
Yes.
Okay. What's the date on that?
May 28th, 2013.
When did you receive that?
If I recall, it was June 3rd.
Okay. Sometime after May 28th.
Yes.
Now, I'll take that. Jarrett Exhibit J3, which is the doctor's excuse from bone and joint surgeons. What's the date on that? I think it's at the top.
11/9/13.
No.
Oh, 9/11/13.
So the date of that is 9/11/2013.
Yes.
Which is several months after you received notice that Captain Jarrett was applying for a pension.
Yes.
And this excuse tells you that he is fit for duty, not as a fireman, but could do others.
Yes.
And again, September 11th is the date on that. Do you know when you received that?
I don't recall.
Sometime in that
Yes,
time frame.
yes.
After you received notice that Captain Jarrett intended to apply for a pension, did he ever submit a medical excuse to you for his absences from work? Other than J3, which is the September 2013 excuse.
I don't recall.
Well, let me refresh your recollection. This, and I'm not sure even what number I'm on anymore. Okay, Jarrett, Nitro Exhibit number 6. Something is funny. Oh, yeah. All right, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as Nitro Exhibit number 6.
Okay.
And does that refresh your recollection as to whether or not you had ever received any medical information from Captain Jarrett for his absences from work after June 3rd?
Yes. Yes.
And had you received anything?
Up to this point, no.
And what's the date on that letter?
June 21/13.
And how did you send that letter?
By mail, certified mail.
Was it delivered by certified mail?
I think it was attempted twice and then returned.
It was returned to you.
Yes.
To mark this as City of Nitro Exhibit number 7. I'm going to hand you City of Nitro Exhibit number 7 and ask if you recognize that.
Yes.
What is that?
It's an email from myself to Mark Jarrett.
And what does the email say?
You have not turned in a medical excuse for sick days you have used on or after May 28, 2013 up until this point, per memo dated November 18, 2011. Let me read it all.
Yes,
All in
please.
the memo states, when a member of the Nitro Fire Department is out on sick for more than one shift, 24 hours, or a 30-day period, he or she is required to submit documentation from a health care provider certifying the medical necessity for the absence and the expected date of return to work. Please turn in these excuses as soon as possible. Thank you, Jill.
And this was an email from you to Captain Jarrett?
Yes.
What's the date on that?
June 21.
June 21. Okay. Did you ever see a medical excuse in response to that email and the attempted delivery?
I object, there's no foundation for requirements. She hasn't produced any evidence that he got this email.
Well, I think if you let me ask a couple more questions, you'll see what I have in response to the email.
I think you're right, and that we rolled up earlier to get to the bottom of it. We'll give her all the time she needs to provide proof that he got what they're saying he got.
Did you ever receive a medical excuse after you sent that email on June 21st?
No.
You did not?
I mean,
You didn't receive one? Or, this may be a question for my next witness, if you didn't receive it.
I don't recall.
Okay. Let's mark this as my next exhibit.
I've got a bigger copy of this.
Do you?
Yeah.
I got one, mine's so small. Oh, so much better.
Is that the one in the book?
She's gonna read
Yeah,
that.
can you just renumber that?
She's
We'll
gonna
use the
pass
bigger
that
one.
back there.
Yeah, you can use the one that's in this book, you can probably read it better. How'd you get such a big one? I'm gonna hand you Nitro Exhibit number 8, ask if you've ever seen that.
Yes.
So you did see that. What's the date on that?
6/25
Okay,
of 13.
6/25. So on June 25th, 2013, or sometime thereafter, you saw this medical excuse.
Yes.
What does it say?
Please excuse patient from work from 6/1/13 until further notice.
And who was that from?
It's bone and joint surgeons.
From a physician's office?
Yes.
Is that, I'm sorry for one moment, is that Exhibit 8 right there?
Yes,
And I see
and it is in that notebook.
it's the one tab.
Right.
Let her roll.
Dated what?
June 25th, 2013.
A couple days after you asked him on the email and via registered mail. Is that- is that-
Registered mail that was returned, yes.
He got what he was asking for.
I'm not making any statements about that, I'm
Right.
just saying that
So it's a re-
that is
it
the
doesn't-
date.
Not about whether he got it. he
Yeah,
gave
no,
him
but
what
I
they
think you got it.
Yeah. They got what they were asking for.
Correct. were asked in the cross-examination when the determination was made as to how to, or at what point the determination was made to track the days as sick versus vacation in response to the vacation request form. Do you remember that discussion?
Yes.
Do you know on what date or at what time the decision was made as to how to record Mr. Jarrett's absences?
I don't recall.
Who takes care of recording the absences as sick or vacation or regular time or overtime?
Mary Beth Burke.
And she is I think her title now is personnel manager, is that right?
Yes.
At some point, did you have a conversation with her about it?
Yes.
If we're going to go into discussion about conversations he had with the personnel director, that's clearly hearsay.
I mean, if she asked him what you said to her, it's fine, but obviously.
Yeah, all I asked was if he had a conversation. I didn't ask the substance of the conversation.
Understood.
Do you still have the Hedrick memo? There's the infamous Hedrick memo.
We have it over here.
Ah, you have the marked copy? No? The one with the exhibit sticker on it? Do you have it?
If I stole it, I need to, and please don't guilty.
No? That's not it. Let me double check. There was one up here with an exhibit sticker is the one I'm looking
for. You can see that this is
for. Yeah.
legit until we can.
I just want to make sure that
Sure.
when we are done, that
Sure,
we get
yeah,
everything.
we need to track that. I think she hasn't said anything yet. So.
There was much to do about paragraph P of city's exhibit number 1 and whether or not the person had to call in. At the beginning of paragraph P, does it make any statements about having to call in when it says that sick leave should be used when you're incapable or unable to perform duties?
No.
Is sick leave only used in your department when someone is physically ill, or is it used for illnesses, injuries, or other incapacities?
For illness and incapacities.
Anytime
Injuries.
someone,
Injury, sickness, or injury.
anytime someone is physically unable to work?
Yes.
So whether they call in or whether you have a medical excuse that says excused from work until further notice, it's still sick leave.
Yes.
gonna try to be as quick as possible. You don't have any way to know whether, and I'm referring to the email that you discussed, you don't have any way to know whether Mark Jarrett got that or not, right?
No, that he didn't, I sent it, but no, I don't.
Okay, we object to that being part of the evidence. And you sent him a letter back on June 21 that apparently got returned as uncollected, right?
May I make a statement?
Well, you gotta answer first, then you can answer.
Well, I was wanting to go back to the email. I did not get a return email for that. The email that I sent to Mark, I did not get it returned. So as far as I know, that it did go to his mailbox.
You know whether it went to his inbox, spam box, junk mail?
It went to any of them, I guess.
So you don't know if he actually saw it?
Correct.
Okay. On that basis, I move that not be admitted. Now, you testified that notwithstanding the words in the memo, that still you can't take off sick without calling in, right?
Bear with me one moment.
Sure.
I understand the argument appears to be moot. They got what he asked for, but he's asking that the letter be stricken, and the next one that he's probably going to bring up, that be stricken, that he did in fact get notice. You're saying he gave you the evidence. We've admitted that into evidence that he gave him the information he was asking for 2 days later. Is that right?
Yes.
So, regardless of whether he got those 2 letters, he gave him the information that he was asking for. That's been
Because he miraculously knew it was being requested.
Okay. So regardless of whether he got it or
Okay.
not, we'll stricken those 2 from the record because they got what they were asking for. I mean, is it?
Well,
is it a
no,
problem?
I don't want it stricken from the record, partially on the letter. Because I think the fact that Captain Jarrett was not claiming mail that was coming to him.
But see, that's I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
That was coming to him from the Nitro Fire Department shows some evidence of his lack of diligence in his reporting and in his communication.
Well, the premise is a faulty one. The fact that he is not collecting, we don't know what happened to that other than the Postal Service reported that it was unclaimed. That's all.
Right. Conceding both your points, and I think these guys will agree on this, the evidence only shows that the city made an effort to contact the defendant. It doesn't show that he made full faith effort to contact multiple ways, legal way, one legal way. It doesn't show that the other guy did it. The evidence states what it is. It is evidence stating that the city tried to contact him. It should be admitted, I think. It's not stipulating that the guy was made aware. One doesn't have anything to do with the other.
I understand your ruling, sir. Now, you offer, as part of your case, a requirement that if a person is going to be off sick more than 30 days, they have to provide medical evidence, that a doctor's excuse.
30 days?
Yes? Or within 30 days?
Well, actually, when in 3 days, if you take 2 consecutive shifts, then the 3rd day you're supposed to have medical excuse.
Okay, but that's what you bring back in order to return to work, right?
No, that's correct. That's correct.
Okay, well, he hasn't been back to work, right?
Right.
So it's triggered after he comes back. He's never been back. But nevertheless, in spite of not being required to, he supplied you something on June 25th, said he's unfit for duty and won't be back. So you're saying that that's ineffective for what reason?
It's ineffective. What do you mean?
Well, is it your position that this notice or this doctor's excuse is ineffective for your purposes?
Well, it didn't say what it was for, why it was off.
Well, it came from a physician, right?
Yes.
Okay. It's not a leap to figure it was due to medical reasons, right? Well, you had a pension application with the medical report, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay, you're trying to pretend now that you didn't understand why he was off work?
No, I'm not trying to pretend anything.
Well, then what's the point in your statement that you did you not know why he was off work?
No.
You didn't know?
Well, I know that he was injured, but I didn't know what the problem was. I mean,
Okay, did you ask him to supply anything more than this? You wanted a doctor's excuse, saying he was off for medical reasons, right?
yes.
Okay, did you, and as I understand your earlier testimony, you also had the application for his pension with the medical records that go with that, right?
Are you talking about the initial application that was brought to me, or the application that went to the Municipal Pensions Board?
Look, if you're trying to outsmart me, it's easy to do.
I'm trying to understand you.
But, okay, well then let me make it real clear. Prior to June 25, 2013, got the time frame right? You had a report from a medical doctor. Now, I'm not going to dance with you about in what capacity or anything like that. You personally had a medical report in support of his pension, correct?
I had in support of his pension.
Had you seen it or aware of it?
I had not seen it.
Why is that? Aren't you a member of the pension board?
Yes.
Okay. Well, a person doesn't just say, I'm unfit for duty, I'm going on a pension, right? They have to supply a medical document in support of that.
You're correct.
Okay, and that had been supplied to you before July 1, right?
Well, you've got me confused now, because it's like, I don't know if you're talking about, was it the pension doctor?
Any doctor.
I was aware that he was going to a pension doctor.
And you had the documents submitted in support of his pension application, right?
What document are you talking about?
You had a medical document, a report from a physician indicating in greater detail. You seem to take umbrage of the fact that this doctor's excuse is not descriptive enough, right?
Right.
Okay, but you already had documentation from a medical treater describing in greater detail his condition, right?
But is it the one from the pension board doctor? That's what I'm asking you. I'm trying to filter out these documents.
Any doctor. Any doctor. Were you aware?
I did not. If you're asking me if it was from the Municipal Pension Board, no, I did not have that document. Hey,
Go ahead.
get a drink of water.
Oh, absolutely. Sure.
Sit for a long time.
Yeah.
But we're being quick.
So the report behind tab 2.
It's behind this document. I'll ask you, look what's been marked as Jarrett 5, and tell me if that seems familiar to you.
No. I mean, other than today, this is the first time that I've seen this one.
What's the date on it?
The date on this one is 6/13 of 2013.
It's the same number.
It's going to be 6. Chief, let me ask you, look up here at 6. Tell the board, please, what that is.
Permanent disability claim. Application.
Right. You recognize that?
From other than today?
Yes.
No,
So you've never seen it before?
no.
Well, what's the date on that?
Oh, 6/17 of 13.
You sit on the pension board,
I sure did.
but yet no one showed you that, is that right?
I hadn't seen it, no.
Why wouldn't you have seen it? Got any, can you think of any reason somebody would have hidden this from you or something? You'll admit it's a predicate to the board sending someone for exam that they've got the burden to first show they've got a medical condition, right?
Right.
Y'all sent him for an exam, right?
The state did, yes.
Okay. So that couldn't have happened unless he had something substantiating his claim, right?
Right.
Okay. But yet, you want to tell the board that somehow this is all new to you? You're saying you're unaware of his condition, notwithstanding the fact that he submitted documents back in June.
Right. I'm aware that he submitted that document, but I had not seen that document.
I'm going to make a mention of J5 and 6.
I don't have an objection to the addition.
Well, let's just say in the world of all things possible that somehow that you were excluded from all this. Would Captain Jarrett have had a reasonable expectation that you sitting on a member of the pension board, him submitting that to the pension fund, that would have come within your scope of knowledge as well?
Yes, at some point.
And some point fairly close in time when he turned it in, right? He would expect they'd have shared that with you as not only the chief, but a sitting member of the pension fund, right?
Right. I was aware that he had to fill out the application. The application had been submitted to the state
With the medical documents?
with the medical documents.
Yes. J5?
I'm not sure. That's the...
I know you say you don't have a present memory of it, but do you deny that that went through along with his pension application?
Well, now, the way I understand it, you file the application, okay? You file the application, Ms. Ward receives it, and then they set you up with a doc. Is this that doc?
No. Well, we just talked about this. That you concede that the initial burden's on the firefighter to make a prima facie case, or at least a colorable case that he's got a medical issue, right?
Right. Yes.
So,
I don't recall that.
but you don't challenge that he would have submitted that in connection with his initial pension application, right?
He may have. I just don't recall it.
What's your understanding of Captain Jarrett's medical condition?
That he has a knee injury, and that's about as far as it goes.
You aware that he's had surgeries on his knees?
I'm aware that he's had surgeries.
Okay. Chief, during your earlier testimony, you indicated that you Well, I don't want to mischaracterize your testimony, so just let me ask you to look at that and see if that's something that you authored or created.
I did.
And obviously, the memo sort of speaks for itself, but let me ask you to look at the second number 2. And that makes reference to employees taking sick leave or off under doctor's care, right?
Yes.
So those are 2 different things, right?
Well, yes, but I was just trying to cover all bases whenever I made the statement, because it's always been in the department that it always come up, well, I was under doctor's care, I was under doctor's care. It's like you're either off sick or you're...
Under doctor's care.
No, I'm under the doctor's care when I go to the dentist.
Okay, all right, but you, at least for the purpose of this memo, made 2 separate categories for periods under which you're not physically fit for duty, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'll move for motion of J7.
No objection.
That's all I have, thank you.
We'll just,
At the risk of beating a dead horse, I think I can do this in one question.
okay.
That last document was Jared, number 8.
That's it.
7. That's it. Paragraph number 2, under employees not eligible for overtime. If the person is taking sick leave or off under doctor's care, how are they being paid?
With their sick time.
I don't have anything else.
Grab a drink of water real quick.
Sure.
Keep going.
But
If you
you'll-
guys want, we'll hold our questions in unless you have something that you don't think they might answer in the next 7 minutes.
I also just have one question in response to redirect. But you'll concede that at times that when Captain Jarrett was medically unfit for duty, per the documents you have, he also didn't receive sick pay. He only received vacation pay, right?
Yes, he received
Okay.
both. That's due to the fact that he was out of one or the other.
One or the other, I understand.
Okay, reserve the right to recall you. Say again. Yep, reserve the right to recall you. We do have a list of questions, but they might answer them in all the many things they go through. So we might have some questions for you in the near future.
So I'm good.
Yeah, just don't or be.
Counselor, next witness.
I was trying to call Mary Beth Burt, but I believe she's at lunch. She goes to lunch from 1 to 2.
Do we have a cell phone?
I don't. Do you?
It's snowing, maybe she didn't go anywhere.
Maybe she didn't go anywhere.
So we want to try to go to.
I can, yeah, let me run over. Let me
Or maybe
run
the
over.
chief,
Or actually,
that way
the
you,
No, I don't need you.
you need her next.
I would, well, if, city exhibit, and N9, and ask if you recognize that.
I do.
And what is that?
It's an email that I sent Mark after he had come in and submitted a vacation approval form, and I can't do anything with.
Oh, yeah, what I was going to do is, this email that I've handed you, it says see attached, and I'm going to give you a document and ask if that was what was attached. I'm handing you City's Exhibit N4 and ask if that is what was attached to your email.
Yes,
And N4 is the vacation request form, correct?
right.
So in N9, what was the issue that you were addressing?
After Mark gave this to me, I can't do anything with the vacation approval forms until they're signed off on by their supervisor. So I gave it to the supervisor, Chief Elkins, and Chief Elkins brought it back to me because the total number of hours requested did not match up with the days that were requested. So I sent Mark an email telling him that the days and hours didn't match up, that he needed to submit a new vacation approval form.
Okay. How much vacation time did he have available at that time?
I don't know that I know that right off the top of my
Okay.
head.
How much was he requesting in that vacation approval form?
He requested, the hours requested was 192.
Okay. But, why don't you just go ahead and read the email?
Okay. Mark, you will need to complete a new vacation approval form for the days you are requesting off in July. On the sheet you submitted, see attached, you list that you are requesting 192 hours, but you show a total of 9 days, in parentheses, which is 216 hours, plus July 4th, which gives you 10 days requested or 240 hours. For fiscal year 2014, you are allotted 192 hours, 8 shifts. You will have an additional 12 hours of holiday time for July 4th. This gives you a total of 204 vacation holiday hours available as of July 31st, 2013.
Okay.
So he only had 192 hours plus 12 for July 4th.
So he had a total of 204 vacation holiday hours available. Is that what you've stated in there?
Well, I'm trying to do math. Well, 192 plus 8 is 200. Well,
It said he had an additional 12.
oh, I was looking at the 8 shifts, I'm sorry. Yeah, 192 plus, right, 204.
204, and the vacation request form he submitted requested how many hours?
192. I mean, the
actually,
days, the
sorry.
hours that he put down was 192.
I'm not asking my question again. He thought he was requesting 192
Oh, okay.
hours, correct?
Right. But he actually.
And when you looked at it, how much was he in actuality
Oh,
asking for?
216 hours for 9 shifts.
Okay. So he was asking for 216 and only had 204 available, is that right?
Right,
Okay. Asking for more than he had.
right.
Okay. And you asked him to submit the new vacation approval form.
Right,
Did you receive a new vacation approval form?
no.
What did you do after, did you get any response at all to your email?
No.
What did you do after you didn't get a response?
I believe I attached a note to a copy of that email and put it with the next paycheck, telling him that because I didn't get a new form that was approved, I would pay him using sick days instead of the vacation days until I got a new form, was the next thing I had done.
Okay, great.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as City's Exhibit N10.
Okay.
And is this the note you're referring to?
It is.
Can you read the handwritten part?
July 9, 2013, Mark, until I get an approved vacation approval form for you for the days you want off in July, they will be charted as sick days. When I receive an approved form, I can change the days from sick to vacation, but not until then. That's all I need.
And this was dated July 9th. There's another handwritten note up above there.
Oh, I put that for myself. I put a note that said, that wasn't on the note I gave him. I just put that so I would know that I put that in with his paycheck, and that's how I gave him this.
Okay. Do you know what paycheck you put it in with?
It was probably dated July 9th, if that was a paycheck. I'm assuming off the top of my
So, on July 9th, he was told that his days off would be charted as sick days unless you got a new vacation approval form.
Right.
Okay. Now, were all of the dates, let's start that, let me go back. I'm going to hand you what has previously been marked as cities N3 and ask if you recognize that.
I do.
And what is that?
It's a timesheet for the week of July 30th for Mark Jarrett.
What dates are included on there?
June 30th through
May I look, may I see
July
it?
Do I have the wrong one again?
I haven't seen it.
Yeah, it's,
It was previously marked, I think we
Okay.
got all that.
what are the dates?
So that it's clear, we initially maintained an objection to that. The objection was as to the preparation of it. Through Chief Elkins, he said that that was not Mark Jarrett's handwriting. And so maybe if they're trying to move it into evidence now, they have not supported any contention that it was any way created by Mark Jarrett. We feel it fails as to this building.
What we discussed before was that you reserved the right to discuss whether this was authentic or not. That's what we discussed before. He had mentioned, and someone will correct me, anybody will feel free, that the writing, not including his signature, was not his, was not the defendant's, Mark Jarrett's. So you still have the right to attack the authenticity of this letter. At some point, you've asked for that, we've given you that right. If she wants to put this into evidence then this would be a good time for you to talk about why you think this is.
Well, I think we need to get some more testimony about the document before, I mean, his objection may be valid at some point, but I haven't moved to the commission yet. Right now, I'm just asking her if she's seen it, what it is, what the dates are, and we're getting there.
So you just started something on the floor.
Something just dropped. Oh, it's my belt coming apart.
Is that not the one that was submitted as number 3?
Well, you mentioned it.
With the reservation that he would have an opportunity to attack it, whether the document was authentic,
Okay.
which it was submitted as the guy signed it. We're not sure about what he knew
Well,
about.
it's critical not only as to the signature, but who created it and authored it and assigned these days. Now, the only evidence they've offered so far is that the chief said it's definitely not Mark Jarrett's handwriting. Now, I agree that they have an opportunity to do more with that, but it's my understanding it's been submitted, but the commission or the board has reserved the decision as to whether or not to admit it into evidence pending those objections.
Okay, so we have an asterisk at the Hall of Fame thing here, but in the future when he comes to the stand or anybody else, if it's not proven that it's an authentic document that's reasonable to be stricken from the record, I would imagine, yeah. So, yeah, I mean,
So we're
in
just
the mode of
progressing.
truth, we're just going to
Yes.
continue here.
All right. Mary Beth, the dates on the document of the timesheet of 7/1 and 7/4, do you know who filled that in?
I do.
And when did you do that?
I would have done it prior to the July 9th payroll,
Okay,
because that would have been in the timeframe for that payroll.
okay. And you recorded the July 1 and July 4 as sick hours, is that right?
Right.
And why did you record those as sick hours?
based on the email and the note that I gave Mark stating that until I got a corrected vacation form, he would be paid using sick time. And I got the dates from the payroll sheet I got from the chief showing the dates that he was scheduled to work. So he was apparently scheduled to work July 1st and July 4th. So that's where I came up with the information.
Okay. So, you filled out 7-1 and 7-4 and the 48 hours. There's a signature on there. Do you recognize that signature?
Yes.
And whose is that?
Mark Jarrett's.
Did he sign that in front of you?
He did.
Okay. And when did you see him to have him sign that?
Well, it's dated the 11th, so he would have come into my office on the 11th.
Okay.
And that's when it was signed.
Okay. Do you recall having any other conversations with him about submitting a new vacation request form at that time?
I don't recall that now.
Okay. On July 11th, did he bring you a new vacation request form?
No.
I would like to move this into evidence now.
Well, as I understand the witness testimony, she filled in the hours herself, but that doesn't explain the writing. I'm waiting for her to ask if she filled the rest of it out, but...
Well, she said she filled in these dates. Well, I can ask. Did you fill out the entire timesheet except for the signature?
Except for the signature, I did.
Okay.
Sir.
I've got further cross-examination on this point. I don't want to try to do it in the middle first.
All right. We'll leave it then. We'll leave it. Ms. Burt. Mark, this is my next. I'm going to hand you what's been marked as City of Nitro Exhibit number 11. Can you tell me what that is?
It's payroll register for Mark Jarrett.
Okay. Is that something that is provided to employees, or is that something you created for this matter?
It's something I would have created for this matter.
Okay. And just generally, what does this show?
It shows the payroll information for Mark Jarrett from January 1st through December 31st, 2013.
Okay. Let me stop you right there. When I created the exhibit, I don't think I included everything from January 1st. I just started it from
Page 3.
right. Correct. It's page 3, page 4, and page 5, beginning with the April 30th, 2013 paycheck. And going through September 17th. Okay. The information on here, I'm sorry I stopped you. What does that represent?
It's basically the same information for the most part that would be on your pay stub. Tells their name, the check number of the paycheck, the date of the paycheck, gives the breakdown of the hours and any deductions that they have that come out of the check.
Okay. I'm going to direct you to the second page of the exhibit, which is stamped at the bottom, City of Nitro 000099. And in the second entry, or I'm sorry, not the second entry, but there's a group of entries right here, yeah. Okay, at the bottom of that second column, or second row, I should say, it says 7/9/2013. What does that indicate?
The date of the paycheck.
All right. And on the July 9th, 2013 paycheck, how was Captain Jarrett paid, or how was the pay allocated, the hours that he was paid for?
He he had 36 regular hours, 24 vacation hours, 48 sick hours. And then the longevity is not actually hours worked, that's just to compute their longevity pay.
Okay. So, because there was regular hours in there, does that indicate that he had worked?
No, the fire department has a minimum amount of hours that they're paid. The minimum that they're paid is 54 hours a week, 108 a pay period.
Okay.
So,
The vacation is recorded as 24 hours, and sick leave is recorded as 48 hours, is that right?
right,
And this paycheck was July 9th, 2013.
right.
Did you receive any, like I already asked you, you didn't receive any other vacation request forms?
No.
At some point after the July 9th, 2013 paycheck, the hours being recorded or being paid become vacation days instead of sick days, which is contradictory to your note here on
Right.
Nitro 10. Can you explain that?
Well, after I had done that, I thought perhaps I should check and verify that it was okay for me to change from using the vacation to the sick days. So I questioned on that and was advised that being that Mark had submitted a vacation approval form and he did have some vacation hours available, to go ahead and pay him, use up the actual vacation hours he had, and once those were used up, then to pay with sick time.
Okay.
Sick days.
And is that what you did?
That's what I did.
Do you, as you sit here right now, do you know when he ran out of sick hours?
Not off the top of my head, I'd have to look at the records.
Is this something that you created as well before I mark it?
It is.
We'll mark this as our next. This is essentially just a chart that she made. I'm going to show you Exhibit N12 and ask if you recognize that.
I do.
What is that?
It's a summary sheet that I do for every employee. This is Mark Jarrett's. It just shows it charts their vacation and sick time. Well, for the fire department's vacation and holiday hours.
Okay. And by looking at this, does this tell you when he would have run out of vacation time?
It would.
And when would that be?
It looks like August 20th from this. Well, I really have to look at a payroll the timesheets that I have to know for sure, because with the fire department, it's a little bit different because I can only deduct the vacation and sick hours based on the shifts he was scheduled. So even though he got paid 54 hours a week, doesn't mean he used up 54 hours of sick time in that week. It may have only been 48 hours of sick time or vacation time if he was only scheduled for 2 shifts. So it's a little bit harder to tell exactly from this.
I'm sorry, I thought that was the document I needed.
I would say it was in August, because I started using vacation time. Well, I started using the sick hours August 26th, so it probably was the August 20th was when the vacation ran out. Then August 26th I started confusing as sick
I have
hours.
some other documents that you gave to me. Let me see if I can get something, because the actual date is important.
Give me a few minutes.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm gonna need just about 2 minutes.
Okay, how about 3 minutes, get going? Anybody need a bathroom break real quick? No? Do you need one?
Hey, Mary
Something
Beth, why don't
great?
you come over here and look at, because these are all the documents that you gave.
Actually, council's not permitted to confer with the witness during their testimony.
Would you like to walk over here and?
No, I'd like for her not to confer
Okay,
with the
well, I
witness
can
during her
just,
testimony.
I can just hand her documents and ask her if each one is the one that she needs.
I'm struggling to figure out the purpose of any of this, but that's not my place, but,
If he's right, there's no objection, and we say.
He is correct, she can proceed with what she needs to hand her.
You want
That stuff's to validate the form.
I'm going to
Sorry.
hand you a document that was previously provided to council for Captain Jared as 000044. And ask you if that's a document that will answer your question as to when his vacation time ended. If it's not, I will look for something else. This is what she's looking at.
August 12th would have been rescheduled, and I paid him with vacation hours.
We're not on a break right now. She's recording now. She's officially asking.
And then he was scheduled August 15th. I would say August 15th was the last day that was paid with vacation, because the first day I show him being paid with the sick hours was August 26th.
First day you show what?
Oh, wait, I'm looking at 2012, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong, I have to flip it up, sorry, let me go here. Okay. Okay, August 15th. The last day I paid him with vacation was August 12th, and August 15th was when he started being paid sick time.
Okay. And which document are you using to refresh your memory on those? Is it both of these that I handed you?
Because I was looking here, he was scheduled
Okay.
15th, and I had 15th with sick hours.
Let me,
And then this one, the 12th.
so when you're saying this one,
I'm sorry.
the first one is N12, and what I'll have marked is N13. And then I'm going to have you take a look again at,
excuse the interruption, but as I understand the testimony, she's saying that there is no sick leave paid until the 12th or the 15th of August. Correct me if I'm wrong about that. Is that what the witness testified to?
well, I'm gonna let her,
Well,
I don't want to say
I
what
don't
she
wanna-
testified to.
I don't want to jump into cross-examination.
That's what I believe that you started.
Okay, and
Oh, I'm sorry, 2012.
Well, we had the initial testimony when she first came up about on N11, on the second page where there were sick hours paid on the July 9th pay period.
In what year?
2013. We're in 2013 now. On the July 9th, 2013 pay period, she testified that there was sick leave paid in accordance with this timesheet N3.
I understood her testimony differently, but go ahead.
Okay. Well, I'd go ahead if I remembered what I was doing. Okay. 13. Did I give you guys a copy of this one? And 13. Yeah, that's, you do not have that. If you want to look at that right now, you can. I will find another copy for the board.
No, just wanted to make sure you wrote 13 or so. And
After, or starting on August 15th, going forward, was Captain Jarrett paid with only sick leave?
Yes, it's all the vacations used up.
All the vacation was used up.
Was that in July? Was your question beginning in July?
No. I said August 15th.
Okay, August.
Starting August 15th, 2013, going forward, was he paid with only using sick leave?
Yes.
You testified that a new vacation request form was never submitted. Did Captain Jarrett ever discuss with you changing any of the vacation time or sick time that you were recording?
No.
After you were recording everything as vacation time until he ran out, did he contact you and object to that?
No.
Did he object to you paying him on July 1st for sick time?
No.
The day he came in and signed this timesheet, which is marked as N3, did he object to how you allocated or recorded that time?
No.
Did Captain Jarrett submit timesheets on a weekly or bi-weekly basis to you after July?
No.
How was it that you paid him without having the timesheets?
When I get the payroll from the fire department, there's a summary sheet that shows the days that they're scheduled to work. And I originally, when he first submitted the vacation approval form, and the chief gave it back to me, and I told him I would pay him using sick time, I started paying him using sick time for the days that he was scheduled, based on the information I got from the fire department. Then once all those, well, then I consulted, and they said it was okay to go ahead and use the vacation time. So whenever I would get the sheets and I saw the days he was scheduled, I would pay those as vacation time till all his vacation time was used up, and then I paid him sick time. but I got the information from the summary sheets I got from the fire department with the payroll information.
And those summary sheets showed you when he was scheduled to work, when he would have been scheduled to work if he were not off. I don't have anything else.
Did you still want to take a break, or?
No, I mean,
Okay.
it was.
Okay. Ms. Burke, in preparation for your testimony today, you've conferred with counsel for the city, have you not?
I don't know what you mean by conferred. I gave them copies of all the documents I had.
You discussed this matter with them by telephone or in person?
I explained the forms that I gave them.
Okay. How much time did you spend either in person or on the phone with them?
I don't know.
Best guess.
Definitely probably less than an hour, maybe less than half an hour. I really don't know. It wasn't a large amount of time that I recall.
You recall I got in touch with you by phone fairly recently and asked you to discuss this case? And you checked and said you didn't have to talk to me, right?
No, that's not what I said. You were asking me questions and they were pretty basic, then you were asking me something specific, and I just wasn't sure if it was okay or not for me to speak with you, and I told you, let me check and make sure it's okay for me to speak with you first. I didn't have a problem, but I wanted to make sure it was okay because I didn't know.
Okay.
I never said I wouldn't speak with you.
Well, but we didn't talk anymore after that, did we?
No.
And that's based on what? Did they tell you that you didn't have to talk to me, or you shouldn't talk to me, or anything like that? What was the answer you got about that?
I was told that they would call you.
They would call. And for you not to communicate with me directly, right?
She didn't say, I was not told that I could not communicate with you directly. I was not told that.
Okay, but they made the decision for you that rather than you talk to me, they would talk to me, right?
I was told that they could not tell me I could not speak with you, but that they would go ahead and call you, and if I didn't have to speak with you anymore.
Okay. But you didn't have any trouble talking to them about this case, right?
No, because there are I didn't really speak with them. All I really did was explain the forms I gave them.
Okay. You'd agree with me, would you not, that within your office or the city administration, you take facts and information and, as in this case, decide how to apply leave time, right?
I base it on the payroll information I'm given.
Okay.
And
So-
the forms that I'm given.
So and I want you to assume, not believe, but just assume for the purpose of this question, that if Chief Elkins testified that he, in connection with others, including counsel, decided how to count these days, those being sick days, vacation days, etc., that you'd have no reason to dispute that, right?
As long as I was given something in writing with a signature
From whom?
from a supervisor.
Well, now you said that this document here, which has been marked as City of Nitro Exhibit 3, do you rely in any sense on that?
That was signed after he'd already been paid for that time. I based that information on the payroll documents I was given.
Okay, but it doesn't have an administrator supervisor signature on it, right?
No.
Okay, so this was a done deal. He'd already been paid for sick time as of the time he was asked to sign this, right?
Yes.
So it wasn't though he applied for sick time, then got paid for it. It's just the opposite. He got paid for sick time and you said, well, this needs to jive with our records. You need to sign this, right?
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
Well, you say that he'd already been paid sick time, right? And this just needs to be in there for the record to validate the fact that the sick time was paid and somebody asked him to sign it to validate that, right?
I paid him the sick time based on where I had my documents that I contacted him, and based on the payroll information I was given from the chief, the days he was scheduled.
Okay, but you had a leave request where Captain Jarrett asks for at least July 1 to be counted as vacation time, right?
That's correct, but his form was not filled out properly. and
Got that. It counted to be, miscalculated the hours. But is there any question in your mind that in connection with that vacation leave request that he was asking to be paid vacation time for July 1, right?
Originally.
Originally.
And
Okay.
if he had, when he came in and signed that, if he'd have said, told me, no, I don't want to be paid sick time, I want vacation time, then I would not have left it that way.
Well,
I would have changed it.
so I understand your direct testimony. You're the one in cooperation with the city that decides how to chart the sick days, right? Is that
Well, I
right?
don't decide how to, I chart them, but I don't decide how it's done necessarily.
Well,
I
okay.
chart it based on the hours that they earn and then the hours that they take.
But you say, as I understand your testimony, that the information comes from the department, and in this case, the fire department. Is that right?
Mhm.
And if you find something in error, then you say, wait a minute, this doesn't conform to the protocol, we've got to change that, right?
If I find something in error, then, you know, I try to find out what should be correct, how it should correctly be recorded.
Okay. And it wouldn't be unreasonable for an employee of the city to defer to your judgment or that of the department head as to how leave should be counted, right? Particularly if it's after it's already been taken, right?
I can't chart anything that's not been approved by a department head. I mean, I can't overrule a department head.
Okay, I have what I think is the original of what's been marked as the city's number 10. Right?
Right.
And then the final, I put the witness. And I'm gonna focus on this handwriting at the bottom. That's your writing, right?
It is.
Okay. So the essence of this is, right now we're gonna have to change this to sick days, right? And then later we're going to, if we get a different vacation form, we'll change it that way, right?
The fire department's a little different because they're paid a minimum amount whether they work at all. Even if they work 0 hours, I have to pay them 54 hours a week. So because of that, it's just a matter of whether it's vacation or sick.
Well, while we're on that subject, you understood Mark Jarrett's situation. You ultimately concluded sometime between then and now that he's applied for a pension, right? And he's working until all of his leave of any sort is exhausted because his pension hasn't been approved yet. Is that a fair statement?
I didn't know that at first, no.
Well, focus on the question. Between then and now, you've understood that, right?
Yes.
And at some point, it just became an exercise in we're assigning leave days until they're all exhausted, right? And then at some point, as I understand your testimony, you said that at a point in August, you quit counting time as vacation time, and then it all became sick time, or vice versa. Is that right?
Right, because all the vacation hours had been expired. So then I started paying using sick hours.
Okay, so there are instances where that's sort of out of his hands, how things get counted as what, right?
No, because he would have received a pay stub. And on that pay stub, it lists how the hours are paid, whether it's regular, vacation, sick, there's different categories. And if he would have disputed, felt like, no, that's not how I should have been paid, he could have come to me and said, I don't agree with this, that shouldn't have been sick hours, this needs changed. He never came to me about that. So I was left to assume he was in agreement with it.
Oh, it's an assumption, right? And that's an assumption made after you've already issued the check, you've attributed hours accredited to certain types of leave or actual hours, and already cut the check, right?
Right.
Okay, now, let me get you to look at,
Is that in the book?
yes, sir.
Tab 4.
Ms. Burke, let me ask you to look at what has now been marked as Jared's exhibit number 8. Tell me if you recognize that.
I do.
Tell the board, if you would, just in general terms, what that is.
It's a letter to Mark concerning the family medical leave for his time that he was off. Requesting, I have to read it. It just explains that while he's on FMLA, his health insurance is continued. There's a form he's supposed to submit, which was given to him with this, to certify that it did qualify for FMLA leave. And I tell him the date that it's to be returned by was August 7th. Tells him he has 12 weeks of leave during a 12-month period for the FMLA. And that, I mean, it's the basic what it is.
Well, okay, does it include the phrase, this will allow you to receive pay to the extent of your unused sick and vacation leave?
It does.
And this is something you wrote to him, right?
It is.
Did you follow this when he didn't submit something in connection with this? Did you follow this with any kind of reminder?
I believe, I don't know off the top of my head, I believe so. I know he did bring in the information. I know he didn't at first, but then he did, I did receive it.
I'm going to move the admission of J.A. So, in the portion in which you say, until you're sick and vacation time, you kind of homogenize those into a generalization, right?
It was letting him know that he would receive pay while on FMLA leave. But we would use his vacation and sick time, you know, he could be paid until that time is expired.
He wasn't actually working during any of this time, right? You were talking about his scheduled days on duty, and let's go back to July. Right?
Okay.
And there's a schedule that takes each firefighter up through a period many months ahead, right?
I don't know, I don't see that. I only see for the payroll period.
Okay. Well, assuming that's correct, all these are just kind of assigning a type of leave to a day that they were normally scheduled to be on duty, right? In spite of the fact that they may be on some long-term leave, right?
Say that again?
A firefighter has a schedule that takes them out months and months in advance, right?
I don't know, I don't see that. I only see for the pay period. I
Okay.
only see you know.
Well, I want you to assume that to be true for the purpose of my question.
Okay.
Now we're in January, and they can look up until June and see when they would regularly be scheduled on a shift, right? Assuming
what you
that,
said,
okay?
yeah.
So if you have a situation where someone takes long-term leave in anticipation of going on to permanent disability, those things are just theoretic dates, right? Because they're not coming back, right? It's more or less just a clerical issue at that point, right?
Yeah, if they're not coming back.
Okay. So it wasn't important to you what you assigned to sick leave. It was you wanted to make absolutely certain that there weren't more days of vacation pay or vacation time paid in that it was due, and presumably you didn't want him cheated out of any vacation time, nor any sick time, right?
Right.
It wasn't important to you on what specific dates those got assigned, right?
Well,
You
that's
just
not
needed something from the
exactly-
chief, right?
Not exactly, because I had to base it on knowing, if I don't receive a timesheet from an employee that tells me, you know, that they filled out in advance, that tells me how they want paid, I can't just pick and choose how I'm gonna pay them, I can't do that. So,
It comes from the chief, if not from the employee, right?
well, in this case, that's not how it happened. I'm the one who corresponded with Mark and told him, you know, you have requested, this is vacation time. The chief wouldn't approve the vacation form because it wasn't correct, so because of that, I'm going to pay you using sick time.
Okay,
You know,
I understood that.
So it's a little bit different than the normal
Okay.
situation.
That's all I have.
I don't have anything else for her.
Mr. Carter, thank you for your time, sit down.
Shocking to all of you.
Council, next witness.
Let's go to Andrew. Yes. Go track you.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Can you state your name, please?
David Rickerson.
Want to be sworn? Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Before we get started, I'm thinking that's a lot. So maybe I'm going to be asking him about, he will. housekeeping. This is a document that I have marked and didn't have a copy for you.
And he's to make some copies, right?
This was Nitro 13.
Right.
For you guys.
As I understand the city's exhibit, they're offering what appears to be notes, I suppose, attributable to this witness, wherein it purports to memorialize things that people told him. And we would object to any hearsay being offered. I mean, they're not offering a live witness. He says that there are things he did and saw himself, which I suppose would be admissible testimony, but this document, it would be clearly inadmissible.
Well, I'm not going to necessarily admit the document, but I am going to have the major use it to refresh his recollection.
Well, which is proper, except that if there's testimony that's hearsay, we object to it. I mean, if it refreshes his personal recollections of what he did, I mean, that's perfectly proper. But if he's being called upon to say anything that other people did or said, then out of his scope of direct knowledge, then we'd object.
Has he been sworn? Okay. Can you state your full name?
David Richardson.
Thank you. And you are a major with the Nitro Police Department, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And how long have you held that job title?
Been major the last year. Been employed in Nitro PD 14 years.
Okay. Did there come a time last year where you were asked to make any type of delivery to Mark Jarrett at his residence?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall what day you would have been asked to do that?
I do not.
Okay. Do you know what it was you were delivering?
It was an envelope.
Okay. I'm going to hand you what I haven't marked as anything because I don't have any copies. I'm going to hand you a document that purports to be, and there is a handwritten note. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that your handwriting?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay. I'd like you to take a minute and read that, and refresh your recollection of the date, time, and the events recorded. Okay. So what date was it that you were asked to go to make a delivery to Captain Jarrett?
August 15th.
All right. And what happened when you arrived?
Went to his house, knocked on the door. There was no answer.
Okay. What observations did you make when you were there?
I observed a vehicle in his garage, and that was it.
Okay. Was there an absence of anything that you had seen before?
Well, now wait a minute. What they're going to try to get into now is, well, I think the board understands we've moved not to permit that sort of testimony. I think he testified there was nothing else there, and that's to opine as to what should be there or what's ordinarily there is something altogether different.
I'm good with the objection. I'll rephrase. Had you ever seen any other vehicles at Captain Jarrett's home?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were those?
I believe at one point, I think if I recall correctly, there was a Jeep and a small white car.
Okay. Were there any vehicles with any business markings on them that you'd seen there before?
No, ma'am.
Okay. When Captain Jarrett was not home when you attempted the delivery on August 15th, what did you do then?
I left.
Okay. You didn't make any phone calls?
I did.
Okay. Who did you
This
call?
is the hearsay part. He's about to tell you he made a call to someone, and here's what they said.
When she asked the hearsay question, I guess
Who do you recall? Who did you call?
I placed a call to, I believe, if I could. I placed a call to First Mid-Atlantic Maintenance and asked for Mark.
Why did you place the phone call to Mid-Atlantic Maintenance?
My understanding was that was his second employer.
Okay. Did you have any personal knowledge prior to that time that Captain Jarrett may have been employed by Mid-Atlantic?
Cause for speculation
I asked him if he had any personal knowledge.
that he may.
Did you have any personal knowledge prior to that time that Captain Jarrett worked for Mid-Atlantic Maintenance?
No, I did not.
I don't know anything else.
Don't have it, Cross.
You guys have anything?
Thank you for your time.
Thanks, David.
Yep.
Council, next.
I'm finished. Russ.
Call, Ernie Goody. Stand here and be sworn.
Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Right here. Oh, Patsy.
Chief, I understand that you know everybody here, at least probably do, but that notwithstanding, let me ask you to tell this board your full name, please.
Ernest William Hedrick II.
Have you in the past occupied any position with the city of Nitro?
Yes, I have.
Yeah, right there on top.
Did we decide this was one? But we just need to have it remarked as one.
You provide the copies and you just concede that.
Can I just have her relay this day one?
Okay.
If you wind up with two, then Bill will steal. That's what this is. I'm handing you what is Jarrett Exhibit 1 and ask you if you recognize the document.
Yes, I do.
And can you tell the commission, or rather the board, who created the document?
I did.
Okay. Let me direct your attention, if I may, please, to what is captioned with a P, paragraph P. And take a minute and read over that. Now, what was the purpose in including this paragraph in this memorandum?
It's for every day someone just calling in sick. Like I'm calling in, like someone would call in and say, I'm taking off today. They might not be really sick at all. They're going out on a boat or going fishing or going to a ball game. That's what that was intended for.
Okay, and you wanted to, and you tell me, I'm sort of paraphrasing what I think is, but you quickly tell me if I'm wrong. So this memorandum is to remind officers or firefighters that they're going to call in sick, that they're going to be, there's going to be checks and measures on that, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, now what about an officer that you've received information that he's got a longer time anticipated to be off because of a sickness or injury?
They wouldn't apply to them because they're under doctor's care.
Okay, so if someone, other than someone calling in without prior notice of leave, this would not apply to them?
That's correct.
Was this intended to be a new rule or regulation for the department, or as a reminder of how the existing policy would be?
It was just a memorandum to let them know that if you call in sick, you need to be sick.
Okay. That's all I have.
Where did it go?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I forgot to
Now you're gonna think I stole the
I
first one.
know, we're gonna have to check your files now.
Well, pretty good evidence.
How are you, Mr. Hedrick?
Good, how you doing?
Good. Looking at paragraph P, does it say in there any place that it doesn't apply to other uses of sick leave? Only when they're sick?
When they're sick.
But it doesn't say anywhere in paragraph P that that procedure would not be followed if someone, say, sustained an injury. If they fell off the roof of their house and broke their
No,
leg.
I'm telling you, I wrote it, and that's what the intent was.
Okay. Okay, that's what the intent was, but that's not what it says.
Well, it says every day, we'll never again. Well, basically, right there it says if an employee calls in sick.
And at the beginning, it says sick leave is not, sick leave is designed for employees who are unable to perform their job duties.
Yep, but then also if you read on, it says.
So it's only if they call in.
Only if they call in.
So what if they fell off the roof of their house and broke their arm? Does that count as calling in sick, or does that count as being under a doctor's care?
Well, if you can't perform your duties and you have a doctor's excuse, then you're under doctor's care and you can do what that doctor allows you to do.
Could you go to work?
Not as a firefighter, you can.
Could you go to work for another employer?
Sure, as long as that doctor allows you to do it.
And be paid by the city of Nitro?
That wasn't up to me. The part about being paid,
Who was that up to?
it's up to the city if they pay them or not. It wasn't up to the chief.
Well, how would the city know?
You know, this is so far beyond the scope of direct examination.
No,
I
I
didn't
don't
know
think it
that.
is.
What?
You're asking him to interpret
Well, the
this
thing of it is,
memo.
if someone calls,
So I want to see what
We're down to,
what this applies
if somebody
to.
falls off a roof.
if someone calls in sick, then they're sick, okay? But under the sick leave policy, if someone has been off more than one shift, then they have to have a doctor's excuse to return to work. And they don't have to have doctor's excuse until they return to work.
But they would be allowed to work for another employer and be paid sick
If
leave.
they're off for a long period of time and that doctor says that they can be off and whatever the function of that, they allow them to do as far as their ability, they can do that. They don't have to be trapped in a house. That was intended for people calling in sick and abusing sick leave. That's what that was
Abusing
for.
sick leave.
That's exactly
So
right.
it's not abusing sick leave if someone is being paid sick time by the city because they unable to perform their job duties and they receive sick leave. And then it's okay for them to go work for somebody else and also be paid.
Well, I can tell you this much. Back in 1986, we had a firefighter that went off on disability pension. And the pension board cut his pension off. And he was off disabled. And he had a letter from his doctor. And the pension board was advised to give him his pension back because he was out doing construction work, because he could do anything but be a firefighter.
I'm going to ask that all that be straightened out.
You asked it over my objection.
I didn't
You
ask
stuck
him
with
about what
you
happened
did.
in 1986.
Continue.
I don't have anything else.
That's all I have.
Done, sir?
Yes, I'm finished.
Well, following her cross.
Oh, and now I'm getting ready to walk off with it.
During cross-examination, you were asked if someone had, your testimony was that if you're off longer than 1 day, you call in sick for 1 day, then you can come back to work, right? Without a doctor's excuse.
That's correct.
So it's kind of unique when you call in for 1 day that somebody can come and say, I'm a little suspicious, and they can send the captain out to check on you, right?
That's correct.
Okay. But it's different if you're off longer, because then a doctor looks into that, and he's required, at the point at which he returns to work, he's got to have a doctor's excuse, right?
That's correct.
Is that the point you're trying to make?
That's exactly right.
All right, thanks. That's all I have.
Thank you.
That's all we have.
Next witness.
That's it, that's all we have.
Dressed?
Yes, sir.
Dressed?
Before the case is completely concluded, any exhibit that had not been previously moved for admission and accepted, I would ask that it be admitted at this point.
Go ahead on your authentication issue.
Well, I forgive some light umbrage with your characterization as authentication. The only thing my objection was based upon is they had not identified the person that wrote out the document. I understood, I think I understood correctly from Ms. Burt that she said she wrote it out. Okay, offered in that vein, we don't have any objection to its admission.
Do you guys have any questions for any witnesses? No. Oh, we will have some closing. I'm going to ask Chief some questions, if that's okay.
Give me good?
Yes, please. We're still good on that. And you guys can ask them following up. You don't offer any light duty. There's no light duty at the city. You've already answered that question, but there's no light. The city itself doesn't offer any. It's in the policy that it's okay for light duty, but you don't particularly offer it.
We haven't.
Right. But it does say in the policy that it's okay to do other work if we can find
For the
light
city?
duty. Right. We can offer it to a member.
Yes.
But we just didn't have light duty. We didn't offer it. We just completely accept it. Is that right?
Yes.
Can you compel someone to come in to your office at any time to ask them any questions? Fire department.
I mean, I could request
Sure.
someone to come in.
And they'll come in at some point.
Yes.
For you guys to get on the same page. That's doable.
Yes.
Okay. At any point did you ask this guy to come in, and he did not come in for you guys to discuss the matter, advising him that he could have counsel present?
Other than the August 27th interview, that was
So
the only
August
time.
27th was the first time that you guys required that he came in?
Yes, I mean, for what we're talking about, yes.
Okay. So from July 1st to August 27th, it was a little bit of paperwork, but it wasn't particularly any, we have a problem, let's get on the same page type of meeting. Or request for anything.
I'm not sure.
Did you have a meeting with?
Prior to the 27th?
Right.
No.
Okay.
No, I take that back. August 19th, Mark came to my office, and he did bring me, he brought me I think it's the second exam for his for the pension.
Okay, yeah. In light of pension, as you said earlier, it doesn't really matter, but what light you're in pension sheet, after the fact type of thing. So you were saying that he had put in for vacation. We saw that in late June, that he put in for vacation. But when did he ask for sick leave, if ever? Regarding, we got a document here that says May 28th that he asked for a disability.
So you're asking me, when did he ask for sick
Did he
leave?
ask for sick leave at any point?
No.
He asked only for vacation.
Right.
Coming the new year, because we all know that July 1st starts vacation time.
Right.
So, but before that, it was a May 28th document requesting permanent disability. That's the only reason he would have been off work. It wasn't I'm asking for sick leave or anything like that.
Right.
And he was just off from May 28th to, let's say there's 31 days, so, because I don't know, to June 1 to June 4 to June 7. During those periods of time, which we don't really have anything regarding the month of June, if I'm right, why was he not at work? Because of the May 28th, because of the May 28th letter saying I'm going to take permanent disability? Was there any sick leave that he was asking? Any sick leave saying, I can't come to work because I'm not fit for full duty or something of that nature?
I can't recall if there was I can't recall.
Okay, so generally for a month, it was going on with the notion that this guy was too hurt to work by his terms. Because on May 28th, you put a letter together, sent it off to the pension board, which at some point trickled you. And it was general notion that this guy's too hurt, that's his general claims. Then in July, before July, he put in a vacation request, which wasn't approved, for his 2013-2014 vacation.
Right, yes.
Okay. I understand everybody's point that he put in for it at the end of June for his vacation. You didn't sign it because it was too many days. Ms. Burke said it wasn't a good deal. Administration didn't jive. When was he notified that he wasn't given vacation? For instance, he asked for it. It was assumed he got it. That's in limbo. When was he told, by the way, that vacation you asked for at the end of June, you're not going to get it? In the July 3rd letter from Ms. Burke?
That's, yes.
Okay. So he wasn't told that he wasn't going to get vacation from that request. He just assumed he was going to get vacation.
Yes.
I mean, you didn't tell him one way or the other.
No.
When did you decide that you weren't going to give him that vacation? I'll just let you know. When did you decide, based on your receipt of this late June request for vacation for the next however many shifts, 10, 15?
I can't recall the date, but when, he was off, he put in for the pension, and I was just going to pay him, because I was just going to pay him sick days until they run out. Well, after we talked, well, I didn't talk. I'm pretty sure Mary Beth had spoken with our attorneys, city attorney, and then we did the 1st and the 4th, and then we paid out sick.
Right, I understand
And
that's what
then
happened.
after that ran out, then we paid out.
Are you saying that before, because I'm making this up, are you saying that before July 1st, you conferred with Mary Beth, or sometime after July 1st, you even conferred, regardless of whether you told him about it?
Yes.
Which one? Before July 1st?
I'm saying it's right around, right at July 1st.
Okay, so you're not real clear?
Yeah.
It's a long time ago. Okay. So if it was around that time, he certainly couldn't have been notified that his vacation had been denied. You didn't know it was going to be denied because you hadn't yet conferred with her. And if you can correct me on that as far as which date, but I believe your answer is, I can't recall, it's too long ago.
I can't recall.
Are you familiar with the sick leave policy in what we refer to as the White Book, or before the current policy, the sick leave policy that this guy was working under at the time in
Yes.
question? Do you have anything in the sick leave policy outside of a memo, meaning just supporting documentation that a member would have to also support that he should not be going to work somewhere else while he's legitimately hurt under an FPA?
Just the memo.
Just the memo. So there's nothing in a sick leave policy that says you shouldn't be going to work or doing anything else, as long as you're staying within the sick leave policy, getting a medical certification, blah, blah, blah.
Just the memo.
Okay, so the memo is the only thing that supports that. There's nothing else.
Yes.
That's all I have.
I have a quick question, if you'll permit. And this is in response to questions offered by Mr. Adkins. As I understand your responses, the first time you asked Mark Jarrett about all this was on August 27th, right?
Yes.
But you seem to indicate that you had misgivings about it before then, right? Now, your testimony was you saw him on July 1st, right?
Yes,
Okay, and you were concerned about that, right?
yes.
Well, then why did you wait till August? You're the one that said, well, you're in part of this loop where we decided to count it as a sick day, but you did that, you could have talked to him, but you didn't talk to him about that until August? That's kind of a failure of leadership, isn't it?
You know, he looked right at me when he went by. He could have said something to me.
And objecting to you giving him sick leave over his request for vacation.
He got his pay
day.
stubs. He knew what he was getting. He could have objected to it.
I think they got it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good?
You're finished.
I guess closing.
Do you want to have closing statements, or would you prefer briefs with findings of fact and conclusions to be submitted?
Let's give us a closing statement.
All right.
Within reason.
Gets my vote.
Yeah, hopefully.
I don't preclude that it will take 5 hours.
I don't think I could talk for 5 hours straight.
No lunch, you don't have any energy left?
No, I don't. I'll start getting cranky.
Yeah.
I bet I can do this in less than 5 minutes.
Go.
Go. All right. What we've presented here is a failure on the part of Captain Jarrett to abide by a commonly understood and accepted notion that you can't get paid by two employers at the same time, particularly when one of them is a public employer. There's been a lot of finger pointing at the chief for what he didn't do. But we have an employee who's a grown man who doesn't respond to emails, who doesn't pick up certified mail that's sent, who doesn't respond to the personnel director who says, let me know how we should pay this. And the simple fact is that on at least one occasion, he in fact was paid for sick leave, was using sick leave, and was working for another employer. All the testimony about whether you call in sick or whether you're sick or whether you're injured, it's just smoke. You're using sick leave. And whether you call in or you submit a doctor's note weeks after you begin taking sick leave, it's still sick, and it's still being paid as sick leave. And that is the essence of where we are. He used sick leave and was working for someone else. It's an offense that is egregious, and it's an offense that should warrant discharge. But in this instance, the chief and the mayor discussed the issue and decided that because Captain Jarrett had been a longtime employee and because he did have a medical issue and a discharge may preclude him from obtaining a pension, they did not want to seek a discharge. Instead, not necessarily for Captain Jarrett, because this may not affect him at all financially, but to set a precedent and an example that this conduct is not acceptable. A reduction in rank and the 30-day suspension was recommended, and that's what we'd ask that you uphold.
Thank you. First, I'd like to thank everyone for their attention. I know you've been extremely attentive and take this matter very seriously, and it's certainly worthy of that. I'd first like to respond to opposing counsel's assertion that it's just commonly understood and that it's a violation to simultaneously sort of be on sick leave and work a side job. Well, with that invitation, I'll read you from not this city's fire department regulation, but another one that says, the city recognizes that the fire department does not have light or special duties available to firefighters on sick leave from the fire department, thereby entitling a firefighter to work a second or side job while on sick leave from the department upon verification of illness/injury, preventing the firefighter from performing the normal duties of the department. That's precisely what the chief instructed. He says he's dishonest, but then he says he came in and did every single thing he told him to do. I want this. Went beyond that. Gave him records that he wasn't entitled to have. He wanted, how many times could you possibly imagine going to your doctor and say, I want you to write down what my limitations are on these various things? Well, somehow they must have had an enormous amount of confidence in him, because the exhibit that was provided to you says he can't do the duties of the firefighter. However, given the differences in the requirements of a side job, he could do that. Now, they haven't cited to one scintilla of authority that makes that illegal, improper, dishonest, or anything. Okay, that aside, what you have before you is a violation of the chief's creation. First of all, he, although somewhat reluctantly, acknowledges that he was aware that Mark Jarrett had a substantial injury and that it precluded him from performing the duties of a firefighter. He's had knee surgery. And he further concedes that he had medical verification of that. But somehow he wants to tell you that there's a provision that he still has to call in, and it's dishonest to sit there and not wait for somebody to check up. When you heard from the author of that document, what former Chief Hedrick said makes perfect sense. If a guy calls in sick, the only mechanism the administration has to verify that, because he's not required to give up a sick leave, or rather a doctor's excuse, as an alternative, it's not unreasonable to send the captain out to say, you really sick or you plain up, okay? But on the other hand, in this situation, prior to July 1, he had plenty of evidence as to his condition. So why on earth is it a violation not to be home? Pure goofiness. Anyway, I'm not going to labor this record with a lot of other information. Nothing to indicate he was being dishonest. The chief had plenty of opportunities to correct that. He consorted with innumerable people about how we're supposed to count this pay. The one person he didn't consult with was Mark Jarrett. Purely a failure of leadership. Mark Jarrett shouldn't be penalized for the chief's failure or that of the city. We'd ask that this matter be dismissed and all relief provided for in the code be accorded to Mr. Jarrett.
Very well. We will ask you guys to step out. We'll deliberate and reach our decision. Once we have come to the conclusion of the meeting.
Sure. Ready, ma'am?
Yes.
You too.
Forget I'm not the only man.
Yeah. Okay. After deliberation, we believe that the member did work on July 1st, and it's against the policy supported by case law that says employers can require employers can require employees to remain home during sick leave, and company may discipline an employee for violating its internal policy as long as that policy is consistent with the law. There's multiple case law on that. However, and the 2008 memo that's been cited on both sides as the one that we're going to work with says if a member is too ill to work, then they're too ill to be out doing extracurricular activities. We believe the member needs to pay back 1 day of restitution on July 1st for the day that he worked. We also believe the city needs to revisit their sick leave policy to consider any and all restrictions. We believe the 30 days suspension was not advisable and should be stricken. The bust down in pay from captain to lieutenant for several reasons is not viable and should be stricken. And the basis for not following through with the charges presented by the city were based on the motion to exclude, not charging the man with more than just July 1st, because they didn't not go about it in a legal way, which the state code does provide for a legal way, which we stated, a legal way for the city to go about it. After the fact, they did go about it the legal way, but that's not how it works. You don't ask the first time in an illegal way and then ask for it in a legal way. So there's no evidence here that says this guy worked any day other than July 1st. And that's it. I don't believe we're in a position to answer questions, but
do you understand?
I understand the ruling. Are you going to prepare an order, or do you want us to prepare the order?
we were discussing that. We were thinking about we don't want either attorney to prepare the order, because we did that last time and it turned out to be the attorney's opinion. And this time we definitely want to get our opinion taken. I think having looked at this again and hearing myself talk, we should probably put this in writing. And with respect to, considering things here, we will give our intent on several things. We have discussed it. Back pay to not back pay. Attorney fees not to attorney fees. And we have discussed, and we will address that in writing, but I don't think we're going to have to refer to state code, but I'm pretty sure we're real clear on what we are and are not going to do on that. Is there any questions about that?
I want to make sure I understand the ruling. You found that Captain Jarrett was working for a private employer on July 1st, and that was in violation of the city's sick leave policy as stated in that memo. Is that in essence what you said?
That's what we think, yep.
Okay. And as far as any imposition of discipline, there is no imposition of any discipline except for a restitution of 1 day's pay.
That's right, and in the writing, it'll cite a lack of progressive discipline as to why there's no further discipline. But 1 day restitution is what we are willing on.
You understand our rule?
I understand your ruling, and I suppose either side can file exceptions to your ruling once they've been issued. So we will await your ruling. Again, I appreciate everyone's time, attention, and patience through these proceedings. And thank you for your service.
Thank you.
We're done.
Thanks, guys.
Shut her down. One down, nothing good.